Hello. Welcome to the stream. I'm going to wait for a few minutes for it to be, you know, live on YouTube as well. So just give me a minute and then I will start talking. Okay, so you may be wondering why the heck am I online at this time of day when I'm usually not on YouTube live until usually like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night on Saturdays. Well, let me tell you a little story. My friend Skye, who will be here a little bit in about 20, 30 minutes from now, and I were talking one day when I had a stream on my channel on a Saturday night because Skye had overslept. So I was like, I'll stream. And then somehow 4 hours into 5 hours, or turned into 6 hours, turned into 7 hours. And then around the 5 hour mark or so, I said, ooh, maybe we should do a 24-hour stream. Then during the light of day, when we were less sleep deprived, we decided, well, how about a 12-hour stream instead of a 24-hour stream? Hence, uh, this thing that we're doing now. I'm going, instead of us being nonstop for 12 hours, I was going to do a stream for a certain amount of time. We're going to take a little bit of a break because we're not totally crazy. And then Sky is going to hop on her channel and do a stream. Um, we'll still be in each other's channel, but this way, if like the other person needs to take a break, or let's say we're streaming later and I need to leave in the morning because my kids, or we need to go somewhere, it's fine. So what are we going to be doing on this stream? And we could write a whole story, I thought, but no, you could read, write, take a nap. I'm going to be starting on the first sprint. I will be doing some assignments for next week for homeschooling, and then I will be uh, pulling up my document to work on my next great romance novel. Because if you didn't know who I am, my name is Stephanie, and I write kissing books for a living. If you call living what I earn. Just kidding. Okay. Uh, so the point of this stream is just I'm gonna be here on this channel for about 6 hours from now until 1 a.m. my time, Central Time. Then we'll take a break, and then Sky will drop on at 2 a.m. my time until 8 a.m. my time. I may have messed up on the start and stop times on those because me and Sky are not in the same time zone. So, uh, we're gonna be doing sprints and chatting, and I'm sure probably middle night there'll be more chatting, less sprinting. But I'm excited to use time a little more wisely than I have been in past sprints streams. But like I said, I'm gonna start planning the kids' schoolwork for next week. I used to do like months and months at a time, but now I just do a week at a time. That way, if there's anything we miss on the week before, then you guys carry it over. And we have a comment here to show. Renee is here. Hi, Renee. How are you doing? That's an interesting way for it to show. Okay. All right, let's hope that works. All right. Hi, Renee. How are you doing? What are you working? Will you be joining us for part or all of the live stream? And for those of you that are hopping in, they're like, what the heck, a 12-hour stream? I don't expect anyone to be here the whole entire time, but you can be and watch me and or Sky succumb to delirious from lack of sleep. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a 25-minute sprint, and I'm going to use that time to wait for Sky to get on, and I'm going to do the kids' planning for schoolwork next week, and then when we come back, we'll just chat some more. It's fine. Right before I went live, I asked my husband, who is sitting over there, or who was, he's in the bedroom. I was like, why aren't you live stream? Why aren't you playing with your headset on? He's like, because we're not there yet. I'm like, well, I'm gonna go live. He's sitting there listening to me Which is weird because he's always sitting there listening to me. It's not any different. I always like stress out and panic right before I go live on the stream, but then after I start talking, it's totally fine. All right. Renee says, I'll be working. Oh, I will be working tonight, but I still have to shower at some point and do dinner. Plus, kids are home, so we'll have interruptions. Totally fine. Okay. Let me see about sharing. Share screen. Share. Did that work? Hopefully that worked. It's not what I wanted to do. Hmm. No. Maybe. Trying to figure out which. Okay, there we go. We're going to do a 25-minute sprint while I figure out how I want to do this. Okay. No. Whatever. It's fine. I'll just figure it out. Let's see here. See this one? No, I don't like this one either. I want to be. I'll just this one right here for now. It'll be different when Skye joins us. But anyways, let's get going here and do that. Okay, got it. Renee says it's solely popped up when I needed it. Most people don't stream on the weekend, but that is when I get most reading done. I feel yeah. I get most of my reading done the evening time or on Saturday nights for sure. Okay, I'm gonna get this started and then we'll come back. You like it like this? Top and bottom? Don't do that. Try to figure it out. I don't know. It's different. It's just me on here. Okay, let's get this party started and we'll be back, I guess. Okay. Hi. Hello, Skye. Glad that you can be. Hi.
Hello.
Um. So far today, this stream has gone off wonderfully well. I chatted on time and I told everyone about it and how it came to be, and then I I pushed a button on the restream thing and it said spinning world not responding like 6 times. I'm like, at least it was doing it while there was this sprint going on, not like while I was talking. So,
Yeah.
do you wanna say anything? Say hi, anything like that? I mean, you might not know who you are.
Sure. Hi, everyone. For anyone who doesn't know, I am Skye. I'm a fantasy author who typically writes paranormal romance. I'm named SD Haggis, and I just got back from a reptile expo and grocery shopping. So I have been home all of 34 minutes now. We got home right at 6.
Oh, it's 6 o'clock your time. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's here today. Uh, the kids woke me up at random times last night. Ileana woke up and then she's like, "Are we doing anything today?" I said, "Well, we're supposed to do like go to STEM at the library or go to this at the museum." Really depends when your brother wakes up. So brother wakes up at like 10:45, almost 11, and he has breakfast. And he's like, "Okay, I want to do STEM today." I'm like, "Okay, well, let's go." So we go to do that, and then we go. Today is Sam Houston Day here in Huntsville, Texas, and so the Sam Houston Memorial Museum, which we walk by all the time, it's like a 15-acre outdoor museum thing. They were having like living history things like rifles and cannons from back during Sam Houston time, and people were spinning wool into thread on a spinning wheel. Oh my gosh. Anyways, it was really fun. I would have
Cool.
enjoyed a lot more, but one of my children does not enjoy bugs, and it was all outdoors, so we left earlier than we liked. But we went to the museum. They did like a scavenger hunt to learn more about Sam Houston and his life. And then we walked home, got home, and then I made dinner, and they had dinner, and both the kids had baths, and now I'm just clearly exhausted. But I made it on time, so there's that.
If it makes you feel better, so I
Mm-hmm.
worked last
Oh,
night, and I got off an hour early because I went in an hour early, but I'm running on 2 hours of sleep in the past 24 hours, which makes this excellent because tomorrow we have that 1 hour break between our 2 streams, and then I stream for 6 hours. And then almost as soon as the stream ends, I have to ride in with my husband into town because he's got work, and I'm going to do laundry, which means I am going to be up for the next 24 hours. It's
just let
so
us know
much
if you see
fun.
any cheetahs, hyenas running around, and then you're going to crazy town. It's fine. Now I'm going to go through the comments, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about what the heck this is, and who thought of it, and who was the crazy person that suggested it. I don't even know. All right, so uh, Renee first showed up, and she was like, "Hey," and then she said that she'd be working tonight and she's going to have to shower at some point and do dinner, plus kids are home, so I will have interruptions. Totally understand that. And she followed up by saying, "This totally popped up when I needed it too. Most people don't stream on the weekends, but that is when I get most writing done. I honestly get most of my writing done like
Nice.
on Saturday nights on Student's channel with her or late at night when I should be sleeping." All right, so Shannon shut up and said she made friends with the like buttons. Woohoo! And Sky's here in the comments. And glitchy,
Mhm.
glitchy. Okay, where did I leave off? Okay. Well, that's new. I didn't know it could do that with the white background. Interesting. I'm sure it's something on my end that made it that way. It's fine. Whatever. We're moving on. Persephone? Persephone Jones said,
Mhm.
"Hey, writer peeps, a little late. Shower, but have been working on my outline all day. Very happy with it. Now ready to draft." And where does my
I haven't seen
chipper
Stephanie
attitude
in
come
forever.
from? I have no freaking clue. I'm just tired, so I'm winging it. Eva says, "Hey." Shannon says, "Hey, back." Um, and Shannon says she's reviewing notes on her work in progress. A curse to spikes and smoke.
Is that book 3?
I don't know. Oh, okay.
I feel like that's
Is it?
book 3.
I
I'm trying to remember all the titles, and I cannot remember.
I feel like it might be Victory as well. Okay. Where's that? So many buttons. Come on, people. I know I'm doing. I promise. Okay. No, I don't. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. We're good. All right. It's like I've never done this before, Skye. The Dark Project says, just got home from work. I better go. I'm on day 3 of 10 without one off, and so be right. Those are excellent omens for a 24-hour stream, right?
We almost did do a 24-hour
Yes.
stream. And then someone got smart, and I'm very glad about that because honestly, I could not have done a 24-hour
So
stream.
Shannon says, yeah, it's her 3rd book. Okay.
Awesome.
All right. So all the comments are up. So let's chat about who, when, where, and how the heck this season came to be. So one day, like one Saturday night, Skye had taken a nap and she was late, and I was like, oh, I'll do a stream because I'm sure she's just napping and she'll just jump on. It's fine. I wasn't like streaming to like take her place, but like people were there in the comments. So I said, hey, I'm gonna stream. Come over here while we figure out what Skye's doing. And Skye has slept through all of her million alarms. So she joins my stream and we're like, we have sprints and we're talking and we're working and then we get to chatting. And I was like, wow, I've been on here for like 4.5 hours. Some more time goes by. And I was like, oh, wow, it's like 5 hours long. And then one of us was like, oh, at this point, we could be here for 12 hours. Why not 24 hours? And then somebody in the comments, I'm pretty sure it was Cammy, was like, yeah, you do a 24-hour stream nonstop. It would be really great. And then we kind of said that'd be really fun. And again, this is like hour 6 or 7 on a Saturday night, hour 6 or 7. And then we were like, yeah, let's do a 24-hour stream. And then we're like, before we figure anything else out, let's like wait till tomorrow or if we've had some sleep to talk about it. And then we thought about it in the light of day, you know, because all the awesome ideas come up in the middle of the night. Like the awesome, hey, let's go like egg that house. Or like, hey, let's go on a drive through town in the middle of the night. Or hey, let's go cross country driving and meet my friend Skye and drive 6 hours out of the way. It's totally cool. So we waited until the daylight hours, and then we decided, we were like, how are we going to do this? Is it going to be one and continuous stream? Going to be broken up, back and forth? And then we decided 12 hours instead of 24. Because we're not totally insane. Like, it'd be okay to do 24 hours if there's more than just me and her streaming on Saturday night. Like, if JC jumped on, or if anyone else jumped on with us, that would have been really fun. So we decided 12 hours. And then the way that we decided who was going to stream first or second is because I wanted to stream first because Sunday morning we go to church, and what if we stream later? I don't want to like end it abruptly and leave. And then it turned out that worked out well because I had her really cool reptile expo that she's going to before this. So it all worked out. And here we are. Here we are.
Yeah, you'll be very proud of me. I found snakes and lizards that I wanted to bring home, and I was very good because I did not bring a snake or lizard home. It was this close, though. I got to hold one of the lizards that I wanted. I wanted a monitor lizard, and I got to hold it, and I was like, I'm going to take him home. And Justin was like, we have a trip that we're going to be gone for 2 weeks, and we don't know anyone that's going to want to take care of our lizard for us.
You could make a pit stop to my house. I'd take care of it for you. For anyone that's aware, I'm nowhere near where she would be driving. Okay. All right. Oh, look, we got a comment. Stephanie says, is this true? Run those crazy ideas across daytime rational realistic writer versus nighttime crazy and realistic writer. Yes, for sure. I mean, I've been a part of like the Worldwide Write-a-thons or 24, 40 hours, but I haven't been on stream nonstop for 24 hours. I'd have to be like plan it ahead of time. Like I'm going to be online for 12 hours or 24 hours. I'm going to read my entire book, or we're going to do a bunch of games. I'd have to like have lots of like strategically planned every 2 hours something different. I was going to be online for 12 hours straight. sure.
Since most of my live streams these days seem to be about 3 hours long with how much we chit chat between the 4 sprints, I just figured I'll throw in a couple extra sprints in there and we'll still do my regular stream. It's just gonna be for 6 hours
Yeah.
instead of 3.
There is no regular stream with mine because sometimes I feel like chatting. Sometimes I'm like, you're all annoying, but I'm here, so I'm just gonna do lots of streams or lots of sprints. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't really feel like streaming, but I said I would, so I'm here. It just kind of varies what I want to talk about. Don't talk about. We'll see. Not like you people online are annoying,
I
but
always
like everyone around me is annoying, and I'm in a bad mood, so maybe I don't want to talk a lot. That's what I meant. Okay. Eva
got it.
says that they'll hang out for a bit, then sleep all night, and maybe say hi in the morning too. We'll be here until 8 a.m. Mountain Time. Yes? No, I don't even know.
I think so.
I said it once, I'll never get right ever again. So
7 a.m. Mountain Time, 8 a.m.
Okay.
your time.
Because right now
Because we're ending right around the same time you start getting ready
right
to leave
now
for
it
church.
is 6:44 your time. Okay, that makes sense. Got it. Wish we're in the same time zone. It'd make it a little easier to remember stuff.
Even once I move, we won't be on the same time
Then
zone.
I'll be an hour behind you, and you'll be an hour ahead.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's true. Okay. What are you going to be working on today? Do you have any plans? What is your plan?
I have 2 projects. So I read over the epilogue for Presumed Dead, which is the first of 7 of the short stories in the Sultry Solstices short story series. Geez, say that 5 times fast. And I didn't like the way that works, so I'm going to rework that. And then I'm hopefully going to be working on a buck short. I would like to finish it. I don't know if it's going to happen, but that's what I would like. Don't slam that door. I don't even know if it was a door. It just sounded like clicking.
I'm pretty sure what happens, our darn dumb cat was like, I'm going to go in there and start sniffing around on mom's side of the bed. And then whenever that happens, she wants to pee on it. So anyways, we almost adopted a cat accidentally this weekend. So we've been hearing these cats like fight outside. And then the kids came home from like a walk or something. They're like, oh, there's a cat on the steps. So we look, and it's this cute little cat. It's probably like 6 or 8 months old. And she's like meowing and pawing at the door and meowing. And like Illy picked her up. I was like, don't pick her up. Like she was like a stray. But she was so tiny and beautiful sounding that Jessie fed her some food and water outside. And I was like, well, like, what if we just keep her? And then the cat came in, sat on the floor over here, and our cat didn't run away, but she didn't pounce on her either. She was just like, who are you? So we're like, got her out. And then our cat like sniffed around where she was the whole time, but she didn't pee or anything.
That's good.
And then yesterday the cat was like pawing at our door again. And we were ignoring her. Like, we don't want to encourage some stray to come to our building. Okay. And so if you look out our peephole of our front door, you can see directly across the walkway to the front door next door. And the cat's like pawing. I'm like, oh, well, maybe that's where the cat belongs to. So Jessie is out. My husband's outside, like feeding the cat because she looks so tiny and hungry. And our neighbors has a friend come over and they're talking just for whatever, chit-chatting. And then our neighbor opens the door and the cat that Jessie was feeding bolted into it. And they're trying to get her out because the cat doesn't belong there either. Yeah.
Whoops.
It's a tiny cute cat, but we don't need another cat in the house. Jackson has a hard enough time remembering to change the litter box as it is. So every morning we make him change the litter box after breakfast. That's his chore. All right. Eva says it's 7:44 p.m. for her. And
she's in Central as well.
And then
I think.
Yes, Central, because that's Central. I'm in Central. Yep. Shannon says the same as Eva. And Eva has been living under a rock, so she has no idea that you're moving. Can you please explain where you're moving to?
To be fair, I haven't announced it very often because I don't really want word to get back to my mom very quickly. It's a whole convoluted story. But we're going to be moving eventually back to North Carolina. We are going on a 2-week trip this year for my sister's wedding. And the reason it's going to be 2 weeks is because it's about a 4-day drive one way. And I don't do planes. So driving it is. So we're going to be on a 2-week trip for her wedding. And then we're probably going to be moving
Wait,
next
how long
summer.
will
As much as I would like to move this year, it's probably not going to happen.
how long does it take you to drive from the middle of nowhere, Montana, to North Carolina or South Carolina? 4 days.
About 4 days.
That's about.
Yeah. I calculate for the fact that there's 4 of us, so there's lots of pit stops for bathroom breaks, filling up the truck with gas. We're going to be taking the dogs, so we'll have pit stops for them.
True.
So. And then my husband doesn't drive because he'll fall asleep. Long trips, he falls asleep. So I'm planning on me and the oldest being the only ones driving because she'll have her license by then.
Okay.
I know. I know. They don't need to know that. I knew what you meant.
Okay. Stephanie says, makes a list. Caffeine, granola, protein bars, loud music, electric cattle prod.
I like the electric cattle prod. Oh, good believe. If I could afford to move this year, I would probably move this year. I don't financially see that happening. So, because I've already calculated just what it'll cost just to drive down for this 2-week trip. And I'm like, we'll need twice that for moving. Plus we'll need a place to live, jobs, all that fun jazz. So
like St. Louis, Missouri, Eva? Is that right? St. Louis, Missouri? No. That's where St. Louis is, right? Isn't it?
I don't know. We discovered the last time we were talking about different places that, I could go to Shelby, North Carolina instead of Shelby, Montana. So, there's different places with the same name in different states. So, for all we know, she's in St. Louis somewhere else.
St. Louis, Missouri.
But I think it's Missouri.
Because we were going to drive up there, but we decided not to. St. Louis.
I believe it's Missouri.
Oh.
If my mouse will work with me. Is there a doggo outside? Is that who's
Shannon thinks the cattle prod is funny, as do I. And Persephone says, repeat after me. I will stay awake. I will stay awake. I will stay awake.
So we were just in Great Falls, which is about an hour from here, and he fell asleep on the way back. And he was like, I'll drive on the way back. I'm like, no, you ain't. I know this game. Mm-mm. We weren't even 10 minutes out of town. I was like, yep, that's why you weren't driving.
But I'm not allowed. I found out on our long driving across everywhere, I was not allowed to go to sleep. I did one time, and my husband panicked because we were going into Utah. Yes. Coming west into Utah. And I said, okay, I'm going to take a nap. We just need this exit. But he didn't realize that the exit numbers start over once you cross the border. So he's like, exit 0, we missed it. I'm like, it's been all of 4 minutes, dude. So I don't go to sleep anymore. And if I do, I'm really, really tired. Eva says they're in the Metro East, so Illinois side of the river, but yes, St. Louis, Missouri. Okay. We were going to go there and see the St. Louis arches. But then there's really no good spot to park because we were towing the RV around too.
I'm checking my route because I don't think we go through Missouri, actually.
You could. I made sure we went through Helena, Montana for you, so you could go through St. Louis, Missouri for Eva. Just saying.
I'm on a time limit because of when the wedding is. Because we're leaving on the 25th and the wedding's on the 1st.
Or, drive from sun up to sundown. It'll be fine.
I mean, I'll probably be driving that way anyways. I'm just saying.
Wait, are you going the summer or the fall?
Fall,
Not as
October.
much daylight then. Yeah, we drove from Texas to Oregon in February. There was not a lot of daylight we could handle. I mean, there wasn't a lot of daylight to drive in.
Yeah, I'm looking at the route we'll be taking. We'll be going through North Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Virginia, North Carolina.
Okay.
So it's the same route I've taken 3 times for this trip. And then we took the other route, which is slightly longer. It's like 3 hours longer. That one would take us through Missouri. But we'd be going through Kansas City.
I think, Missouri's here, and then like Missouri and Illinois touch each other, and it's right on the border between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Is this next? Is it next year or this year?
We would be going through
this year. You're going to the wedding.
This year.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay. And then Cammie, hi. Can you hear me? Cammie? Because you always have a problem with me talking in my little thing. So if you can't hear me, I will do something different. It's totally fine. Good. Cammie says, how are you getting home after the wedding? That time limit is flexible. That's true. What do you mean, kinda?
Kinda. Again, depends on how late we stay in North Carolina to visit friends and family.
What would you need to be in time constraint on the way home? Like beating a snowstorm? Oh, well, yeah, there's that.
Not that it matters, because honestly, I'm fully expecting to get back and be like, by the way, you were gone for 2 weeks. You have no job. Okay, cool. I'll get to do what I want now. Bye.
Wait, do they not know you're leaving?
No, they've known I've been leaving since last June. And they've been telling me for the past year and a half that at first they were telling me my time might not be approved. But for the last year, they've been telling me it will not be approved. Like they are straight up saying my time off will not be approved. Which is why I'm looking for another job.
Makes sense.
So I'm fully expecting, because I'm taking this time off whether they like it or not. So I'm fully expecting that when I get back, they'll be like, by the way, you have no job because you weren't here. And I'll be like, I told you I wouldn't be here. I told you a year and a half ago I wouldn't be here.
All right, Persephone says, let's see, Skye and Fam drive from Montana to South Carolina at 100 miles per hour. How long will it take to get there? It is a fun world problem. How will you ever use math in real life? This is how, kids, right here. Coffee Creek Connect. Hi, everyone. New subscriber here. Saw the marathon title and was like, I have found my place. Yes. Welcome to the chaos. This is the beginning of our 12-hour stream. We're just, chilling, relaxing, catching up, talking, convincing Skye to completely reroute her trip as she goes from Montana to the not Dakotas, Carolinas. Although you will hit a Dakota probably.
Yeah, I am going through North Dakota.
So, here's that. So, welcome. Okay, Coffee Create Connect. Is there a different name I can reference you? Or I can totally just say Coffee Create Connect every time. It's not like it's going to be a tongue twister at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in the morning. It's fine. Welcome. I do these streams with Skye every Saturday unless she's doing something funny like sleeping. I'm trying to do better at doing I want to get back to doing 2 videos a week, or at least 1 video a week. It's harder these days. I don't know why. You'd think it'd be easier for me to do more videos, not that we're not traveling around all the time, but I don't know. Jackson, my boy, he helped my husband edit a video game video he uploaded on his YouTube channel, or my husband's YouTube channel, and he says to me, Mom, you know how you can get more subscribers and followers? I'm like, what, buddy? What? You're 12 years old, you're the mastermind of YouTube, what is it? And he says, if you had some colorful lights in the background. Colorful, he's like, yeah, colorful lights, like colorful lights. So he's like, you should put lights on the bookshelf behind you. I'm like, you can barely see it. the lights. And so
Maybe we're going to get batteries.
so then I was like, I do have lights. They're not like, and I tried putting them back there. You can barely see them. I said, but if I have any sit down videos, I could put them on the bookshelf that's right next to me and sit on the floor and then have really cool lights behind me. I know you can't tell because I have lights everywhere, but they're purple. Yeah.
They're purple? Because they look blue on my screen.
Purple.
Awesome.
I used to have like Christmas tree lights around my ceiling and wall in the RV bedroom, so I could have light on while I was typing late in the night without having like a bright light up above me. I just haven't got around to putting them up anywhere. Yeah, so he said lights. I said, okay, buddy. He's like, Dad's at 13 subscribers. He's gotten 13 subscribers. I'm like, actually, that's cheating. He's only has 11 subscribers. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I subscribed to him for both my channels, so that doesn't really count. He's like, fine. He's got
like, 2 subscribers.
He's gotten 11 subscribers in the last 2 weeks. How many have you gotten in the last 2 weeks? I'm like, okay, and I said, shut up, Jackson. And then I said, actually, I'm going to say 3 of those subscribers don't count because there were 2 for me, and then Jeannie subscribed to his channel right away because I told her about it, and so she's subscribed.
Hi.
I'm like, and they are just literally videos and clips of his Warframe video game. That's it. There's no like talking. He doesn't like talk while he's playing. He records on his PS4 and he takes it from his PS4, cute little puppy dog, and then he puts it onto the channel. So, okay. Shannon said hi to Kenny. And Eva says that Kansas City is about an hour closer to me than Chicago. Okay.
Oops, we zoomed out. But she mentioned St. Louis. I think the secondary route that's like 3 hours longer would take me through St. Louis.
All right. Yep, you fixed it. I didn't do a damn thing, okay? Nothing. I didn't do absolutely nothing. I used the same crappy plugged-in earbuds. I'm using the same port in, so I don't know what they did, but it's fine. Skye has a tiny audio video skip going, but I can hear you guys together. Maybe our internet's like, you guys are using me way earlier than you usually do. I don't like it. I need a nap. Persephone says North Carolina still 100 miles per hour. Okay. Just move when you go to the wedding, Eva says.
That is actually what I would like to do, but financially I cannot do that at the moment. Theoretically, that's what I would
What
love
if you
to
get
do.
there and you find a job right away while you're down there? Just a thought. I mean, you're already there and you find a job. What's the harm in like you just doing it now? Just, percolating the idea in little brain.
It's more like places to live at this moment.
Family.
I don't really want to live with family. Justin's family doesn't have room for all of us, especially with the pets. And that's the main thing is the pets. We've got 3 dogs and 3 cats. And I'm pretty darn certain we will only have 2 dogs and 3 cats when we move because the old man this is going to be his last home. He is having problems. I don't think he's going to survive that long. There's been more bad days than good days at this point. His time is coming very soon, and we know it's coming very soon. So I imagine we're going to be down to 2 dogs and 3 cats. But I still have to find a place we can live with 5 pets.
Yeah, that's not always easy.
One of which is out there only. And so there's not enough room to live with his family. And I don't really want to live with my family. So that means finding a place where we can have all the animals. And that's
I once lived in my car for a month because I refused to live with my sister. So I get it. You get it. Cammie says hi to Shannon, and that they've been loving the like button on their stream, so we're slipping away silently. That's how I'm imagining that word to sound in my head. All right, Eva says, get a job instead of visiting me. Smiley face. Is that a smiley face or a? I can't tell what kind of face that is.
What's wrong, kiddo? Oh.
Shannon says, hi, Coffee Creek Connect. Didn't see you come in. I'm not asking you for time off. I'm telling you I won't be here. Obviously.
Yep. PTO does not stand for paid time off. It means prepare the others.
Love it.
Prepare the others because I won't fucking be here.
Who's that? Wait, that's not an animal, is it? No, it's that toy. I totally thought it was a real. I totally thought it was a real.
It has roses on it. She got a rose dragon. He's got roses on him. She's got roses. Sorry. It's one of those 3D printed dragons.
That looks really neat. Wow.
So that's what she got. And then the other two got dice towers.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Her name's in Greek.
Did you figure it out?
Yeah, but I can't remember it again. I have to look.
Carry on.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Skye says, trying to get a remote job, honestly, so it won't matter if I leave town or not. I can visit anyone anytime I want. Yes.
Hashtag goals.
The Start Project says, I'm with Eva. Look for jobs there and plan to move in while you're there for the wedding. Jenna, the soul writer, says, slice in, tag select button. I'm pretty sure she is streaming right now. I think she's doing a stream for the Herpes writing community virtual. I think Jenna, the soul writer, is streaming. Isn't she streaming right now?
Oh, okay.
I think she was. I don't know. I looked at the calendar. I looked at the schedule, and I was like, I'm not even going to worry about not. I used to be like really stressed about trying to stream at a time when nobody else was streaming, but I realized that's not possible. So I don't. It's not possible. All right. Eva says, just take what can fit in one trip. Oh, Persephone. My dudes, I did the map. Montana to North Carolina, going 100 miles an hour would take 22 hours. So easy peasy, living squeezy. It's totally fine.
Of course. Totally. No stops. No nothing. Don't need gas. Don't need anything. Just go.
Use an RV for a bit. I feel like someone in the community did some RV living for a long while. What was that? I don't know. It's check that like decided you take your kids
I have no idea.
road and travel around and see stuff and learned how to live off the land sometimes. It was me, obviously. Okay.
Not gonna lie, Justin did ask. He was like, "Didn't Stephanie live in an RV?" And
I
was
did
like,
it for
yes.
6 years.
And he was like, "Do they still have their RV?" And I was like,
We
"I have no
actually
idea."
sold it a couple months ago. We sold it to this guy who was living in this RV park, who was looking for a replacement for his neighbor who got damaged at a tornado hailstorm thing and had really bad leakage. And we're like, it has some wear and tear from the cow on the inside, but it's totally leak free because I fixed all the leaks. So, yeah. Renee says, it's been so hard for me to get videos done lately. Things with my kids have been super busy getting the kids to get out for the summer. Super busy getting, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, right now.
I have 1 month left.
Reading all. Hope the writing is awesome today. Yeah. I've written so much today. It's crazy, but it's all been in imaginary ink, so you can't see it.
Don't worry, we'll do some sprints.
When we get to end these comments, and then we'll do another one, and I'll figure out something.
Okay. I have to feed the puppers on the next sprint. Hi, that's why
he was the longest drive they've done in a singular day was 15 hours from St. Louis to Denver. We drove from Trinidad, Colorado to somewhere in Wyoming, Rock Springs, Wyoming, and then we drove from Rock Springs, Wyoming to the middle of Oregon and the next day. All right, evil demon underling. What do you mean? What does it even mean? What is she talking about? Oh, the face. Is that what she's talking about? Oh, your art.
Evil demon
What was that?
underlying. The
Oh,
underlighting from probably the
oh,
light.
okay, yeah, got it. Um, I love this.
Yeah, because the next comment was talking about string lights, so I'm assuming that's
Okay.
what they're talking about.
I will put it in the comments in our break or in our sprint. Yes,
Sprint. Sprint.
get at least one more. Cool. Um, Pepper.
You look so sad. Nobody loves you.
Okay. Like Black Rose Dragon. Did you say wear and tear from the cat? Wear and tear from the cat. Cat.
Every time I see a comment with cow in it, all I can think of is Twister. They're like cow, another cow. Actually, I think it's the same one.
Did you see the sequel, Twisters? There's a
I haven't
similar
yet.
scene, but I think it's a chicken. I want to say it's a chicken. All right.
I'm here for
Okay,
it.
cool. We're reaching into the comments that I see on my screen, so I'm going to leave it there. And I'm going to highlight that. Okay.
It's sprint time, sprint time, sprint time, sprint time, sprint time.
Okay.
I'm gonna get headphones, feed the peppers. I've got plans.
I'm going to pull up my timer again because it's being dumb. Okay. Yeah.
Did you
No,
close
it closed on me. Okay. Very closed.
It's like I don't want to work for you anymore. Bye.
I found this locust timer somewhere, and I really like it because it's it's a pretty it's fine. Okay. All right, so let's get going with the sprint. We'll come back and we'll report back how much dogs ate, how much I cried, and I'll be sure to put the link to my husband's channel in the comments so you can all follow him and say hi. I'm from Stephanie's channel. We're bugging you now. Okay, let's go. hopefully Skye gets back in time or at some point. It's fine. What did you guys do during that sprint? Let me know. Let's see. I'm just going to pick up where we left off in the comments. And when Skye gets back, we'll talk about what we did on our sprint. Okay. Let's see here. Yes, I did say wear and tear from the cat, not the cow. Coffee Creek Connect says they were catching up on the stream. Hubby started talking to me, got distracted. They go by either Triple C or JL. Got it. Super excited that the stream just started recently. I actually thought maybe I was catching the end. I've got a long night ahead of me and I appreciate the company. Yay! Okay, so here is my husband's channel. He goes by Space Cowboy, most places, but Space Cowboy JJW is his channel name. I think he has like 6 or 7 subscribers. I thought it was 13, but that was not the case. I went there and I got up and I told him like, hey, so you might get some new subscribers from channels you're not that haven't interacted with you before. It's my fault. We're good. You just like when Ginny and Noble subscribe, he's like, I don't know who this is. I'm like, oh yeah, that's my friend. Okay. And Shannon said, oh wow, missed you coming in too at right now. Skye said that we'll be going on Stephanie's channel for another 5.5 hours. So we'll take an hour break before hopping over to her channel for another 6 hours for a full round of 12 hours. I will be on her channel. She'll be on mine. We like to spread the love and all that. And Shannon said that there was 111 words added in editing this chapter. Okay. Great. So what I did during that sprint is that I got up and talked to my husband, told him about the new subscribers. I got some snack. I generally don't do a lot of drafting when people are awake and everything like that. But I am getting some planning done for next week for my kids' schooling. I have everything planned, like all the assignments I want to do in each book and everything for the whole year. And I have it on a Trello board. And then I have a big checklist for each chapter about assignments. Like, let's say it's about, I don't know, let's say the assignment's about the water cycle. And they've studied that water cycle until their ears are bleeding water. And so they don't need to do the water cycle again. I will skip over that chapter in the lesson plan. So on my Trello board, when I get a new book or whatever for them, I will go and I will just go through the table of contents and write down exactly every lesson, and then we'll just check it off so I can kind of see how many lessons we have left and if we need to like buckle down and do more schoolwork or not, because sometimes we get more lax in other days. So like on this one right here, I have like lesson A or 27 part A, 27 part B, and it's vocab that's broken up into 4 days per lesson. And so sometimes I'll have her do 1 page a day. Sometimes I'll have her do 2 pages a day. Kind of just depends on where we're at. So like right now for English grade 10, word study level 2, she has completed 48 out of 91 assignments. And so it's easier for me just to have this instead of pulling out all the different pieces of homeschooling stuff. And then I just write it down for the week for them to check off on their own here. I did try doing a whole like digital check-off list for my daughter, but the phone is really distracting to her. So we just write it down and she just checks it off with her own pen. Skye, how's it going?
Hello. Sorry it took me so long. I was doing random things.
Yeah?
And lost track of time.
Okay. I keep on forgetting that.
Oh, the cat.
Figured out why my husband closed the door loudly.
Oh.
I took off my clothes. Okay, I had taken off my clothes earlier today, and I put them on the bed, and so the cat was like smelling, was gonna pee on them. So he threw her out and shut the door.
Understood. You shall not be here.
You only went up here whenever I'm sitting here. If I'm not sitting here, it has nothing to do with my desk. All right. So Shannon said they added 111 words added in editing for the chapter. And then Persephone says they ordered pizza because I'm hungry and words must be ordered. What kind of pizza did you order? You're not allowed here on this channel anymore if you put pineapple on it. I'm kidding.
The only exception to the pineapple rule is Hawaiian pizza. Because for some reason, I don't even like pineapple. But for some reason, pineapple and ham together just tastes freaking delicious.
So I don't like pineapple on my pizza, although I did have some pineapple with like green pepper and chicken or something, some weird combination when we were up in Washington, and it was actually good. And I was like, maybe I do like pineapple. So I was eating pineapple. And then, of course, there was the whole like, oh, are you pregnant? I'm like, no, I'm not pregnant. Yes, that is.
I love it when that's the first question people ask you when you try something new and weird. And it's like, well, fine, I won't eat any food. Thank you, bye.
That was, her name was Buffy the Mouse Slayer, because we got her last year when we got a mouse in the RV. And she did her job very well. So we kept her around. She's a pain in the ass once a month or so when she decides she needs to pee on stuff.
Gotta love it.
Uh-oh. Pineapple on Hawaiian pizza. I mean, Hawaiian pizza is, whole pineapple on Hawaiian pizza. But, like, I've seen people get, like, pepperoni with pineapple or chicken and bacon with pineapple. I generally just don't like my fruit cooked. I think that's why I don't like pineapple pizza usually. Like, I really like fruit pies. And the closest I'll get to a fruit pie is a cobbler. But yeah, generally. Although I had really good tasty apple pie at this like 50 style restaurant a couple years ago. It was really tasty. Yeah. So, I wanted to ask you guys who are listening, can you guys hear My Little Pony in the background? If you do, is it too loud? Anybody? No? Okay. Skye, can you hear My Little Pony?
Do I hear what?
Do you hear My Little Pony in the background of me?
I hear something, but I can't tell what it is. So if you say it's My Little Pony, okay, I'll believe you.
I mean, okay, is it distracting to you guys? That's what. No.
Oh.
Because it's right there.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
I just had a conversation with the kiddo. I had to mute myself because I was like, I can't follow two conversations at once.
No, you're good. It's fine. Persephone says she likes pineapple, but not on everything. And the Dark Project says, I just enjoy pineapple in general. Chicken, bacon, pineapple is a good combo in pizza. Grilled pineapple is delish. When I used to go to the gym all the time, I was self-labeled gym rat, like going to the gym like 6 days a week. I would have a protein shake with like a protein mix, some milk, pineapple juice, and peanut butter in it. And it tasted fine. Persephone says they can hear it. And it sounds like high-pitched insanity. And I'm kind of here for it. It's My Little Pony, and it's a lot of singing. So, it's fine.
That is funny.
It's all good. It's fine. No, it's not. You're fine. You don't have to turn down or anything. You're fine. We're good. No one's complaining about hearing people in the background on this channel. Sorry. Not insinuating to anyone on screen or in the comments at this time. Anyways. That's it. I just wrote stuff down in my assignment. And I'm hungry. I wish we had pizza. I tried a new
Oh
thing of spaghetti tonight, and it was gross, and I couldn't eat it.
no, we're not keeping that. What is that?
My husband actually bought some whole wheat
Clean it.
pasta,
Just put it in the system to get clean.
some pasta made with whole wheat,
Yeah.
and it was. I took a bite. I was like, "Oh, it was gross. Like the texture, it was gross. It was made from Italian wheat, like wheat from Italy, so you thought it'd be really good." Illy did not like it, but she ate it. The boys ate it, but we didn't eat anything. They're garbage guts, so whatever. It was not for me. So I had a sandwich instead. All right. So a while back, My Little Pony came out, like years ago. It came out with a movie that was in the movie theaters, and we went to go see it on my husband's birthday, and the kids picked it. I was like, "Oh my god, are you kidding?" He's like, "No, it's fine. We'll like it with the kids." And there was so much pink and singing. Like I like the color pink, but oh my god, so much. It was like a musical in cartoon form.
I mean, it was advertised as a musical, so.
Ellie, you okay? Okay. You all right? Yeah. Okay.
We went and saw it in theaters too. And now I own it. And I love it. I think I watch it more than the kids do, the movie at least. They have watched the show so many times it's not even funny, but I think I've watched the movie more often than them.
She's watching My Little Pony over from the beginning, the Friendship of Magic show.
The movie.
Okay.
It's another one of those where the villain song is like awesome.
All right, so the Dark Project says that they're reading a fanfic, and I'm wondering why I'm making myself power through it. Interesting premise, no concept of spelling, grammar, or punctuation, struggling. If you don't like it, don't finish it.
I can't. I don't know what it is about fanfic. I thoroughly support people who write fanfic, but I cannot read it because especially like if I already know like the canon stuff, it's really hard for me to read anything fanfic because I'm just like, that's not how it goes.
So
And my brain does not compute it.
I'll do you one better. I've never read a fanfic in my life. I don't write fanfiction. There's something I'm like, if that's what you want to write or read, that's totally fine. I just haven't done that.
It's not for me.
It's okay. Not everyone has to like everything.
Correct.
So that's the beauty of a million different authors and a million different books and a million different movies. You can like whatever you want to like, and people don't get to tell you that you're dumb or ashamed. You should be ashamed if you like something.
Okay. I'm gonna turn my camera off. I have to change locations.
Oh,
The kiddos have decided they want to watch TV, which is fine for the next few hours until I start school.
oh, okay.
So I'm just gonna up and shift.
Okay,
I'm gonna shift and lift.
lift with your knees.
I can't. It's too heavy. I'll be right back.
So Dark Project. What is the fanfic based on? Like, which fandom is it based on? Can you tell us about that? I know quite a few authors, like in the RTube world of authoring, that write fanfic. I've never been one to read it, and I also feel like if I went down that rabbit hole, I'd probably would never come up for a breath of fresh air. Yes, look with your legs, not your back. Oh, definitely gonna make some coffee a little bit, for sure. So, probably in a little bit, probably on the next sprint, I'm going to open up my document and look over. So, usually, it's a Stray Kids fanfic. Huh. You know, the only reason I know about Stray Kids at all is because there's another author on YouTube that is obsessed with Stray Kids, and so that's the only reason I know anything about Stray Kids. All right, so usually I will like totally pants a story. I'll come up with a character and I'll just kind of stumble my story along the way. But this time for my fifth book in the Tales of the Heart. That's my series name. Tales of the Heart, Small Town Romance series. For the fifth book, I actually came up with a character's first and last names, both first and last names, came up with their ages, and did like a 500 or 800 word blurb and plotted it out. And I knew like what their problems were going to be, what the hurdles were going to be, what was going to stop them from being together, the ages, and all that. And I was pretty proud of myself, and I have not touched it since. So I think I'm going to be working on this tonight, is crafting some of that story, because in Fantasyland, I'll be releasing 2 more books. Writing 2 more books this year. And when I say books, so some of my books are pretty long. Like, here's one. It's pretty thick. And then here's another one that's not so thick. And then my next 2 books are actually super short stories. Hold on one second.
Okay.
She was over watching an episode. She only wanted to watch one episode. Now she's done watching My Little Pony, so I'm so sorry, you guys. All right, so then I wrote 2 short stories, like super short stories. There's not even a freaking words on the spine. But my next story, I know is definitely going to be a little bit longer. It's probably going to be closer to like this size, about, I want to say about 70,000 words, at least 50 to 70,000 words, because it's going to be dealing with like an age gap, and there's going to be death of a spouse that happened in the past, like off screen. And so I feel like there's going to be a bit more backstory building up of the characters. At least that's what I think in my head. Although my last story that I just released, which I don't have a copy of, it is called A Change of Heart. That one I totally thought was going to be long, and it ended up only being like 70 pages. And I felt like I worked on that one forever. Which, okay, this one is only 38 pages. So at least my last one is longer than this one, but it's fine. Okay. Dark says, I'm writing an idol rockstar novel series, so I'd like to see how folks in fandom spaces are doing things. Got it. Well, at least you can hear me, guys. I guess that's better than nothing at all. I don't know. I'd like to know how I fix it, other than me just talking. Who knows? It's fine. I do know that when I use my Bluetooth earbuds and connect it to the computer, it works, except for they like pick up all the background, like the refrigerator humming or the fan going, the AC running. So when I'm not talking, it's lots of like background noise being absorbed. And I didn't realize that until after the last stream that you and I did together. I went back to listen to it. I was like, oh my gosh, I can't do that again. Coffee Create Connect says their novel is 104,000 words. I need it to be no more than 100K. My longest novel that I published was like 80,000 words. That was a long one. Yes, make up your own high pitch insanity, please. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry about the squeaking. He found his squeaker toy. Hold on.
Well, there's your high pitched insanity for 70. You don't have to wait and make up your own. Skye had
It's now
perfected-
covered in slobber, but this is his squeaker toy. He loves it. He's staring at me right now. He's like, I want it back, Mom. Give it back. He's waiting so patiently. I'm keeping it for now. You can wait. So my longest story is Puck at like 73,000 roughly. That's published. My longest non-published one was like 90K. I haven't reached 100K yet for any novel.
This is like 77,000. No, it's 81,000. This one right here. But it's unpublished right now. But yeah, it's very, it's the same size as my other ones, but this one's about, I think, around 80. My very first one is 50,000, 80, and then 30, and then my romance novels are usually around like 30 to 50,000. I dream of writing a longer one, but then I read romance novels, and I'm like, this could have ended like 100 pages ago. Sometimes.
Yeah, I just like writing shorter stories. So
all right, Dark says their re-debut novel is just over 100K. And Coffee Creek Connect says, question for anyone: what instantly turns you on or off about a book cover? If it's so busy that I can't read the author and the title, like there's so much like extra illustration, or if the title kind of fades into the background of the book cover, then I kind of find it, if I struggle to find the title, I kind of like, that's not really good. I think that's the only one that I'd be like, that's I think you cover. But I don't think it'd be enough to be like, oh, you can't, I'm not going to read that book.
I don't know what instantly turns me off or on or off. I think the only thing that really discourages me from reading anything at the moment, and this is definitely a personal preference for me specifically, is if the font is in red on a background that is very similar to the red font, so that it kind of blends in, because I can't read red font. It's really hard for me to read anything in red. So, like I said, very specific.
I find that if the color of the title is almost the same color as the back of the rest of the book, then I find it hard to read. Or I don't know, there's some so far I've only been able to see in red, but like some books will have like a red cover or red font of the title, and then it kind of looks like the red is coming off the page a little bit, like 3D looking like, but it's still flat. And it just makes it hard for me to read the red on like a dark background.
Yeah, there's something about red font, it just blurs together in my vision. And I'm just like, I can't read it. And it's just like, I don't want to read this book anymore. I don't even know what it says. I can't read it.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree with Dark.
Where we go?
That actually is a very big turnoff for me too.
Coffee Crate Connect says, personally not a fan of a really busy looking cover. A cover with an image almost always draws my attention more than one without an image. Don't look at my books, there's no good images on them anymore. The pupper nose. And I don't personally like the flat cartoony covers and spicy romance novels.
Agreed.
Okay, and then give me the shirtless.
Like Icebreaker is the one that pops in my head.
What was that?
Icebreaker is the one that pops in my head first.
Oh.
You know how it has the cartoony characters, but it's a very spicy book?
Yeah, but to me, like cartoony illustrated covers kind of, there's not very much or no spice at all in the books. To me, that's what it suggests to me. Like, but if there's actual people on the cover, then I know it could go either direction. But I feel like illustrated would be less spicy or closed door.
And they're not. They're like 100% spicy these days. And I'm just like, dang it. They're such cute covers. Why is it spicy?
Yeah, like our library in the adult section has, I want to say it's by Hannah Grace Wildfire. And there's a couple others in that series. There's like 3 of them. Is it Hannah Grace? Hold on.
You said it was called Wildfire
I think so.
by Hannah Grace. Yep, I found it. Oh yeah, those. Okay, I
Yeah.
know which ones you're talking about.
All right, so
Scarlet
there's
Maple Hill,
3.
Icebreaker.
Yeah. Yeah, they have them over in the adult section, and they always catch my eye when I'm shelving at the library because they're in the adult section, but they don't look like adult books.
Right.
Yeah. So when I first wrote my romance novels, I had an illustrated cover with like a couple sitting at a table drinking coffee or sitting like underneath a tree or whatever. But then I ran out of good-looking cover or good looking couples to put on the cover that were in the same style. So then I went with, I don't have it anymore. I went with a picture on the cover where there were people, but it focused on their hands or like instead of like on their faces, their hands drinking coffee or like holding hands or like running on the beach or whatnot. But now the covers are just like this, plain, until I can figure out a good theme for more than 3 covers, because if I'm gonna like make them all have people on the cover, I kind of want to make them all like cohesive and looking like they all belong together. In a Fantasyland, I'd be like, oh sure, let me shell out $1,000 for like 5 new covers, no problem. But that's not happening anytime soon. Yes, so give me the shirtless, saucy bodice, Ripper, Harlequin style of covers. I'm not ashamed to show the cover in public. Persephone is going to go to her pizza. And
Pizza is important. Food is important. Feed yourself. So that question asked, like, what about a cover that turned? Hold on, let me see where the question. Because it was both talking about which ones turn you off and which ones turn you on. Like some of my favorite covers. Yeah, on or off. Yeah. So let me show you. Have you seen Wallace's book, A Dark and Secret Magic?
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, so I just shared it. You feel free to share if you want. I don't know what it is about covers like this. They seem super busy, but with fantasy novels, for some reason, when the title takes up like 90% of the cover and there's just a bunch of random things around the text, that is like my favorite style of book cover right now. And I'm just like, oh, give it to me. I want to read it. I don't care what it's about. I just want it.
That reminds me of, I want to say it's Abby something, and she wrote 100 Days of Sunlight, and it was a bright yellow cover with a bunch of like images around the outside. 100 Days of Sunlight, I want to say what it was called. It's a bright yellow book. There you go. Yeah, yes. That one. I really like that cover because all the different things that were in this important to the story were images there. I no longer have it. I gave it away, but I bought it a while back because I really liked the premise of it. It seemed good. But I like covers. That one, those covers are good like that. But then there's like certain authors that have a certain theme to their covers at all times. Like Nora Roberts usually has like her name and her title in certain fonts, and there's like 1 or 2 elements from the book on like this lower portion. That's fine. I'm looking at my bookshelf here. That's what I'm
doing. My bookshelf is in another room. I can't look at it. Yeah, I don't know what it is about. I can't even really explain what it is about those covers that I actually like because it looks like it should be too busy, but I just eat that shit up. I love it.
All right, so there's this cover right here. Whatever. It's a fine book. I'm not going to talk about the book. It's fine. Whatever. It's not the worst romance novel I've read this year, okay? I do have to say that they were end up playing in this really important chess match, these two, and you don't get like all during the story. There's like different chess matches, and the author is going through about what person does what play on what square, blah blah blah. But when it comes to the major one, it just cuts to epilogue and they won. Like they don't get to see play by play during it. So, I do like the covers that have like either a solid background that kind of coordinates with the cover, or I like the ones that have a whole image that wraps around. You know.
Oh, okay. With speaking of spines, with series, I absolutely love it when the spine image across all the books in the series are just one image, so that when you put all the books in the series next to each other, it makes one image. I love that so much.
That
I usually see that with fantasy. I don't usually see that with contemporary.
no. Okay.
And I don't have any. I do have a couple, but I don't want to show the one.
All right. I have an issue. So I had the first 3 books in a series. Okay, and I'm going to read it.
Okay.
Okay. It is the Zodiac Academy.
Okay.
Here is, I'm pretty sure this is book 1. Yeah. So here's book 1. Okay.
Okay.
Like, I don't know why that's there because it's not. Oh, because it's like the Libra signature, Libra Zodiac symbol.
Okay.
Okay. Then we have book 2.
Okay. It's this. Okay.
But do you see how it's red right there? Kind of like a
Yeah.
red. Okay. I'm going to just hold up book 2 and 3 because.
They changed the cover. I hate it when they change covers mid-series.
Like, the size is the same. Yeah, the size is the same. The size of the book is the same, but like the cover is different. I'm like, And I do like how they have numbers 1, 2, and 3 across the top, so you know which one to go in order. But the covers are different throughout it. So, well, actually, I don't know what the rest of it are. It took me like a month and a half to get these from the library because they're such a popular series. So, okay, let's see here. Alrighty, let me jump to comments. So, I don't know what really calls me to a cover. Sometimes like contrasting colors from the font to the background will like catch my eyes. I'm in the bookstore and like makes me want to look at it. But I don't think like half naked people make me or like, oh, I definitely need to read that. Yeah, I don't mind a busy cover, but if the busyness of the cover distracts me from actually being able to read the title of the book, then I'll be like, what's going on here? And I feel like I've been more critical of what the covers look like and how the covers are in the bookstores now that I'm doing my books now than before. Heather is here. Hello,
Hello, Heather.
It's okay. We'll be here all night long. Okay, I could say I'm not. Yes, Icebreaker and Wildfire are the other 2 books. Dark, thanks for answering. Definitely no shame in my game when it comes to what I'm reading. That could be anything from young adult to historical fiction to erotica. Also, I recently saw a book where the proportions were just out of whack. It was hard to take anything inside the book seriously. Like the size of the font? Can you tell us the book? So I don't mind. We can look at stuff.
Nosy?
Yeah, I want to know. What book was it? Yeah, so the fantasy where there's a bunch of stuff on the outside and then the big center is all the title of the book. I feel like that's a good, like that's a fantasy genre type thing.
Mm-hmm.
In fact,
That's mostly what I read.
At some point, my fantasy novel will be completed at some point. That's kind of the thing that I'm going for, is like big centered and like stuff on the outside. Let's see.
I'm looking through my Kindle library to see if there's any book covers that I don't like. But to be fair, I'm very much a judge a book by its cover kind of person. I want the pretty books. So I'm not finding any covers that I don't actually like so far.
All right. Let's see here.
I feel like there's some covers to these books that where I've read the story and the cover doesn't match the genre of the story. I feel like I've had that happen.
All right. So these are 3 books I just picked up from the library. We got this one.
Okay.
Everyone knows who J.D. Robbins is.
It's very obviously a thriller.
Yes, it's a thriller. It's set in futuristic New York, like the year 2100 or something like that. It's a detective story.
Ooh.
But all of their books font covers have the same font. What is that font? I don't know. No book. It doesn't ever tell me. People should tell me what font they're using.
I have found a couple books, and they're always older books, like printed in the 80s, that have said what font they're using, and I love it so much when they say that in the copyright page. I don't find it very often, but I've started looking for it specifically, and I think I have it in my book that what font I'm using. I think. Maybe not. Now that I think about it, maybe I don't. I need to change that because I want to make sure I put that.
All right. So then I also got this one, and it's I thought one.
It's Holly Black.
It's Holly Black. I haven't read any of hers yet.
Which book did I read from her? Because I have when I was like a teenager.
But I also that's great. I thought this one was Holly Black, but it's Holly Jackson. It's the A Girl's Guide to Murder.
Oh, I was like, why are you covering it up? Now I get it. Okay.
It's red.
Oh, I don't care.
Okay, look.
Just because I can't read it doesn't mean everyone else can't.
I picked this book up because I was like, ooh, here's a synopsis, guys. Have you read this one yet?
No,
Okay.
I haven't read anything by Holly Jackson.
Red Kenny is on road trip for spring break with 5 friends. Her best friend, her older brother, his perfect girlfriend, Red's secret crush, a classmate, and a killer. When their RV breaks down in the middle of nowhere, I'm like sold. Totally sold. With no cell service, they soon realize this is no accident. They have been trapped by someone out there in the dark, someone who clearly wants one of them dead. And then we got a map.
I love a good map. Oh, I remember you were telling me about this one.
Yeah, so I've had it for like a year. I've not even read it. So my husband and me, like we did each other's like 25 and 25 bingo board, and then I keep on telling him about different reading challenges that come up. And then I was like, oh, I wonder how many pages these books that you put on my 25 and 25 bingo board. And I'm like 600 pages, 500 pages. I'm like, how fast do you think I read? He's like, I don't know. You telling me about these reading challenges all the time. And I was like, yes. Doesn't mean I'm reading all of them. And he's like, well, keep on going. Your TBR will never end. I said, that's right, Jackson, because what does TBR stand for? Jackson thought TBR, my boy, thought it stood for the best reads.
Oh.
Instead of to be read. So.
Oh, okay.
So.
To be fair, that's a good acronym.
Yes. So my husband's not supportive of my ever-growing book list, but it's fine. I'm getting there. We're good. Oh, and then I picked up this one at the library.
I bet it's spicy.
Let's see here. Rivals to lovers get an academic send-up in this charming and irresistible romantic comedy. From Emma Lord, New York Times best-selling author of Tweet Cute and Begin Again. I got it because it's these 2 characters and they have a novel and they're tearing it apart. I'm like, okay.
Gotta find out why. Hey, you do not need that. I see you sneaking up to it. You cannot have it.
At long last, Sadie has vanquished her lifelong academic rival, her irritatingly charming, book-smart next-door neighbor, Seb. What kind of name? Anyways, by getting the coveted only acceptance to her dream college, or so she thinks. When Seb is unexpectedly pulled off the waitlist and admitted, Sadie has to compete with them all over again, this time to get a spot on the school's famous Zine. Now, not only is she dealing with self-doubt and the mayhem of the lovable, chaotic family she hid her writing talents from, she also has to come to terms with some less than resentful feelings for Seb along the way. But the longer they compete, the more Sadie and Seb notice flaws in the school system that are much bigger than any competition between them. Somehow, the two of them have to band together, even as they're trying to crush each other, only to discover they may have met their match in more ways than one. Okay. I just like the cover, honestly. I thought it was a cute cover, okay?
It is a cute cover. But I was more commenting on the fact that it's got the cartoony looking cover.
Yeah.
And these days the cartoony cover means it's gonna have spice.
Yeah. Oh,
Which once upon a time, if it had a cartoon cover, it meant no spice, and now it means spice.
it is it's a new release too.
Oh, nice. Who's it by?
Emma Lord.
I'm not familiar with that author.
Me neither. Yeah, I think that's why I saw it. It was on like the new release section. Came out in March. So probably in May, at the end of next month, it'll go on the regular shelf and not the new releases. So.
Crushing on the competition. So I did find out a book cover that I hate no matter how I see.
What's that?
Anytime there's a movie tie-in cover.
Ugh.
I hate movie tie-in covers.
Just leave it alone.
Even if I end up liking the movie, I hate movie tie-in covers. I'm just like, why? Especially like if they do the movie tie-in cover for like if it's a series and they do the movie tie-in cover for book 1 because that's the one they made a movie of, but they don't do the same for the rest of the series. So I'm like, I want my covers to match, dang it.
Okay, so here's this cover.
I really do like that cover.
I bought this cover for this book because it caught my eye. Because the contrasting between the background and the title. And I didn't even know it, but I'd already read something about her before. But it was like a blue background with like daisies on it.
It was blue.
Yes.
Talk about the cover. Blue. Blue.
Yeah, so, have I read this one? No, I have not.
Hard.
It's fine. It'll get there. I just want to, give all my books home, so it's fine. All right. So, Copy, Create, Connect says that they are wide awake. Just went to turn on the light on in my spare room and realized my fingertip was like a fraction of an inch away from a huge spider. Cassie Clare's series do that.
Talk about the spines.
Oh,
making one big picture.
Okay. Skye, well, if nothing else, it jolted me awake more than a full cup of coffee. I screamed. I would scream too. Okay.
As long as the spider stays on that side of the room, we're good. We can be proud. You can stay if you want to. You can move in, eat all the buggies you want. But the moment you get in my face, we're done. We're done. No, you cannot have it. I took it away. You cannot have it. I know you're trying to sneak it.
It is probably one of the most effective ways to ensure you will not fall asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a little behind on the chat, but as far as cover, that was disproportional. There was a character on the cover, but the dog next to him looks like it would have had to have been extremely large. All right.
See, my first thought was something like that is maybe the dog is supposed to be larger, but if it's supposed to be like that's coming from a fantasy background where I read a lot of stuff with shifters, where maybe the animals are supposed to be bigger than their normal animal counterparts. But if it's a contemporary, I can totally see that.
She said, like a naturally large compared to the person. This is not science fiction or anything like that.
Yeah, see, that would turn me off too.
It just looked so natural that I kept going back to that one detail. It didn't really let me enjoy the cover. I'll be very interested in what was inside the book. I get the need, the want to be discreet, but not for me. I believe in truth in advertising.
Mm-hmm.
So my first 3 covers illustrated with people on it. And then I got the fourth book, and I went with photographs with like scripty cover on it. And then I went to this with no people on it. I don't know why I changed it. I don't know why. Okay. Coffee says, like, if it's meant for an adult and it contains explicit content, I don't want to feel like the cover introduces me to a cartoon showing something answering.
Everybody's in there looking at my bed.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like cartoony covers equals to no, nothing happening. But like I said, the wildfire and stuff, I can agree, since in the adult section, that always catches my eye because there's nothing else illustrated around it. Like, it catches my eye, I'm like, oh, that doesn't belong here. But every time I look, no, it belongs there. That's the right spot on the shelf for it. Okay. Here we go. Hate movie book covers.
Does my bed taste good?
It burns. I hate.
Does my bed taste good?
Okay.
Come on, I want to see the cover for this. Thank you.
The only movie in cover is If I Stay. Okay. Would you stop? Okay.
I'm trying to look it up now because I was like, I don't know if I know this cover. Is that the one where the girl's face is on it and it's like just like a profile where it's like this much of her face and like some hair?
Which cover?
I don't know why I'm saying it like that. I could just like show the cover. Dang it. I don't
show it.
Give me a second. I'm just slow on the uptake. It's okay. Oh, God. Like, is that the movie cover?
For If I Stay.
Is that the one she's talking about? Or you're talking about, Heather?
Haven't. Is that the one that you're talking about? Because that, yes, there's a person on it, but it's also not an illustrated person either.
I kind of like that one.
That's a good one.
But I also noticed it doesn't say anywhere on that it is like the movie coming soon or something like that. It just says that it's a New York Times bestseller.
What'd you do? What'd you do in there? Wait, did you make coffee?
She says she wants coffee. That's what I'm hearing. She's saying she wants coffee.
He's learned that when he makes coffee, he should make enough for me to have a cup.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
All right, so Shannon said she's getting ready for bed. And Heather says better than the original.
I can't even find the original. A little is hidden in the keyboard.
Hey, you want to do another sprint?
Say again?
Do you want to do another sprint, Skye?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm all about sprints.
You get some coffee.
You just want coffee.
It smells good. And then, remind the kid to do the dishes because it's her night to do dishes.
Ah. Makes sense.
Yes. All right. Oh, yeah. It's me. I should probably share stuff. It's fine. Okay. Okay. Here we go. come back. Really? Huh.
Oh,
That's so
what's that?
weird. Let's try again.
It says no.
It said something like,
Oh, that was not
it
the
said,
movie cover.
make sure you have granted permission to share it. That was weird.
I do not have permission to share anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Heather said that was not the movie cover, so I'm gonna have to go on a search for the movie cover.
All right, yes. I'm going to sprint right here. Okay. I don't know why I did that at the beginning, but here we go. For whatever reason, Restream is not liking that webpage. So give me a minute and I will pull up an actual different timer. Okay? I don't know why. Like, that's what happened last time I was using it and it was not responding. So I will just.
I think I found the cover.
Okay.
So holding off on sprint, but I find a new timer first. That's what she
Yes, I'm
said.
finding a new timer. Just give me a minute. I always use that one. I don't know why it's not working today. You know?
Today it says no.
At first it said make sure you have permission to use it. Then it said lost connection. Then it said not responding. So then I said fine, go away. Okay. It's fine.
It's
It's fine. I'll suck. All internet sucks. It's fine. I'm gonna do something. This one right here. Boring.
if it works, it works.
Okay. Go. 25 minutes, and then we'll have a real sprint.
Okay. I'm just over here minding my own business, and the alarm went off, and I was just like, "Oh goodness gracious, I didn't do it."
Does the alarm keep going off? Does it stop? On Google Timer.
It did. It did. I was just like, I didn't do it.
And so my daughter gets help brushing her teeth so she can do it properly. And I look up, I hear a thump, like right before he was gonna hear the thump. I look over, Ellie's standing there. My husband is on the floor on his hip on the side. His legs are weird angled underneath him. I'm like, what the heck? He fell. So for anyone that doesn't know, my husband is a double below the knee amputee, and so he doesn't know what happened. He says he thinks he got lightheaded and he fell, but Ilya says he was standing and he was like leaning forward and he fell. So I think he just lost his balance on his prosthetic legs that he has. But he fell to the side, and he like I think his arm or something hit the modem, but like it was a nice thump. Nice thump. So that's why I was like, oh yeah, I'll be back. Sure, it's all good. He's like, I don't know what happened. I think he thinks maybe he just stood up too fast from the couch, and then like he got lightheaded and fell forward. But I go, what happened, Emily? She goes, he fell forward, and then I tried catching him. Like, you were like, okay, maybe 80 pounds soaking wet, child. You don't need to try catching him. But did you hurt yourself or anything? Just her? Okay.
I swear I'm like that or something.
All right.
Just his pride. No, these are not for you. This is for me.
Yeah, so anyhow, what'd you guys do during that sprint? Let me know. How'd it go? I got my coffee. My favorite cup.
I got headphones. And I gave the doggo his toy back. Which was probably a mistake.
Alright. I don't know where we left off. So Heather says a movie cover has Chloe Grace Moretz on it. Yes, she popped up her puppy.
She sent me the image right after I found it. Like not even a minute later.
And Laura says howdy. Bed smothered in moist knuckles. Laura.
Aw.
Did not get too far. Startup vlog for today. Choosing what to write. Wait, is your vlog titled "Choosing What to Write," or are you now choosing what to write after you filmed a vlog?
Or is it both? You're choosing what to write and titling the vlog that.
That too. Yeah, lots of ways I could go. You're right.
And Heather will be joining us on my stream because she asked if she could.
You're right. I don't like how glitchy this chat box is on the restream on the back end.
Right? Like it doesn't show me all the comments. I have to go over to look
So
at
far,
YouTube.
I haven't missed any that I know of. Like sometimes I'll like highlight it and I'll try scrolling, and the highlighted portion will kind of like blur in the background. I don't know.
I think it's just me and Restream because there's some comments you've pulled up on the screen that are not showing up on the backside for me, but they're showing up on YouTube for me.
Oh, both. She says choosing what to write for a vlog for the day. Both.
Nice. I did manage to write a couple hundred words. I'm not 100% happy with them, but it's better than nothing.
Right. All right. So I finished writing out kids' book work assignments for the week. We're taking the week off from chess club because Slate takes up half our day, I swear. Sometimes you just need a break. Jackson's excited to know that this next week he'll be finally done with his geography stuff that he's doing.
Okay.
There's that. That's over and done with. I'm good. I don't look at that anymore. It's a like he has like a country, and then he has to like learn what the country, spell the country name, and then the capital city and some facts about it. And then basically it's testing him on if he can place the country on the map. So like he's doing Central America, China, Australia, like Central America, South America, parts of Europe. I don't remember all of them. The United States, North America was all of like 3 lessons because it's literally like Canada, uh, the United States, and Mexico because technically it's the North American continent anyway. That's over and done with. Yay. So, wrote a couple hundred words for which story?
Prison Dead, the
Like,
short story.
What it's called.
I'm rewriting the final chapter because I wasn't happy with the final chapter. Technically, it's already written. I've only got to rewrite 1,000 words, but I didn't like how it was going. So, shut up, stomach. We're not hungry. So I'm rewriting it. And then once I finish that, I'm hoping to finish that during your stream, honestly, depending on how many more sprints we do. I feel like I can. And then as soon as I finish that, I'm going to go back to working on a buck short. But I figured since I've only got to rewrite the epilogue before I can send it to beta readers, maybe I should just knock that out. It's like 1,000 words. It's very short.
Hey, so when you use beta readers, do you just say, hey, here's my book, just give me your thoughts, or do you have questions that you want them to focus? Like,
it's been so long since I've used beta readers, I have to figure out what the heck I'm going to do in the first place, so I don't know. I'm going to rewatch some of Meredith's videos.
Phillips, yeah.
Meredith E. Phillips. Yeah. She's got some good videos on beta reading that I've watched, or I've at least listened to them while I'm at work. I'm going to go back and actually watch them and take some notes and see what she's done. Because I think she even shared a document where she gave some like beta reader questions. Like,
I've been
I've
been beta readers for like fantasy books, like different types, but they've all been like indie authors. Some of them are just like, here's a beta read, just give me your thoughts overall. Is it making sense to flow? I'm like, okay. But I liked it when it was like a really long fantasy novel. It had like different clans, like the Winter Kingdom and the Summer Kingdom and things like that. And after every like chapter, there's questions. Like, what did you think about this particular scene? What did you think about this particular scene? What do you think is going to go on forward? That sort of thing. So you didn't like read the whole thing and then give your thoughts. You like answered questions like every couple of chapters. Yeah.
As you will.
But like if it's a short story, then I think that'd be interrupting the flow of things. But
I think this one is total is about 10. It's a little over 10,000 words total with the 124 words I've written tonight. So they're not super long. They're all meant to be super short. And to be fair, this one was actually published before, so like not a lot has changed. I just added 2 chapters, both from the male love interest point of view. And that's one of the ones I'm rewriting is his point of view, the ending chapter from his point of view.
So is yours like dual point of view?
With the short stories, I have the first chapter is from the male love interest point of view, and then there'll be however many chapters from the female love interest point of view, and then the final chapter's back in his point of view again. So it's like end cap chapters.
So have you read any of Sarah Sutton's romance novels? She writes like YA romance, but hers is all from the girl's point of view, except for there's like at the end after the epilogue, there's always like a bonus chapter where she takes like a major, like the first kiss or like their meet cute or something, and write that one from the male point of view. But she doesn't put it in the like the regular part of the book.
It's like a bonus chapter at the tail end. I've seen a couple people do something similar. I've also been debating adding another chapter in, which will be like introducing the next sister Like, you know how some stories will have like an epilogue where it's the next character, the main character of the next story's point of view of the events of what
Mhm.
happened in that book. I've been debating doing something like that with this one as well. So I might add another chapter, which would be from the sister's point of view, who's going to be the main character of the next book. I haven't decided if I want to do that yet. I don't think I do, but I might, just to play around with it and see what I can come up with and see how it works.
Okay. Says they finished that fanfic they were reading. Apparently, sure English wasn't the author's first language, and now they can move on.
Okay. Were you forcing yourself to finish this just because you wanted to know how it ended? Because I'm curious, because I would have DNF'd that real quick. I'm just curious what made you want to continue reading it, Dark.
All right. Chat away. I'll be right back. I'm going to take the kids in. Be right back.
Not allowed to. Not allowed. Mm-mm. Oh, I would love to do more dual POV stories. I just haven't been. Oh, okay, these headphones might annoy me. Oogly boogly. They're not sitting right with my glasses tonight. It feels like they're rubbing at my ears wrong. I'm looking through the chat to see if there's anything we missed. Anything I wanted to. Oh, I found the book cover for If I Stay, the movie cover. And then Heather was nice enough to share it with me. So now I know that I actually found the one I was looking for. Okay. Interesting. And this was a Stray Kids. I feel like you said that earlier. It was Stray Kids. Now I don't remember how far back it was. Stray Kids fanfic. Okay, yeah. My sister is obsessed with Stray Kids, and BTS, I think, is the other one. No, she's obsessed with Stray Kids. Someone else I know is obsessed with BTS. There's only 7 chapters. How many chapters do I got in this story? It's not a fanfic, but I'm just curious how many chapters I've got. I'm on chapter 9. It was originally 7 chapters, and with adding the 2 new chapters, now it's 9. Okay. Good to see you, Rachel. Thank you for joining us. She had to go tuck in kiddos. It's bedtime for them. I've still got a couple more hours before I have to do the same thing. And I'm basically chit-chatting while we're waiting for her to get back. How dare she abandon me like this? How dare! And I am super tired because, except for like a 2-hour nap, by the end of the stream, I'll have been awake for 24 hours. So,
See, you could totally do a 24-hour
fantastic.
stream. Now that you're going to be awake for 24, totally fine. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, right?
I'll sleep for like 6 of those 24 hours. I think it'd be fun to do a 24-hour marathon if we had other people streaming as well.
And we did like
if we had 6-hour streams with
Yeah.
various people. I think it would be fun. But I cannot, unless it's pre-planned, and I do like, when we originally started talking about doing a 24-hour stream, I was like, I'm going to get a hotel. I'm going to stay in a hotel for the 24 hours, and I'll be able to stream because I won't be distracted by animals and kids and everything else. And if I did something like that, I think I could actually do a 24-hour stream. But as long as I'm doing anything else around the stream, no. I think 12 hours is what I could do max. Because I'm already feeling it, and we haven't even been... You've only been live a little over 3 hours. We're not even a fourth of the way in yet. And I'm like, I'm tired.
All right, so Dark said it had really good characterization, and the plot premise is one I hadn't seen a lot of. It was only 7 chapters, so worth powering through for the bits I wanted from it. Rachel is here. Hello, not sure how long I'll make it tonight, but glad to see these sprints running for so long. Yes. And hey, so since there's someone new in the stream, this is going to be a 12-hour sprint total. I'm sprinting until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time. And then we're taking an hour break, and then Skye is going to come back at 2 a.m. Central Standard Time until 8 a.m. Central Standard Time, because that is what I have programmed into my head, and if I'm wrong, I don't care.
Basically, we're doing 6 hours on your channel, hour break,
Yes.
6 hours on my channel.
Why 12 hours? Because we realized 24 hours was not okay by ourselves.
Nope.
I've been part of like 24-hour streaming activities, things, events. There you go, events on YouTube, but not for the whole thing by myself. That's different, way different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Help me pick my.
To be fair, on the next
Go ahead.
On the next sprint, I'm probably gonna get up and go get me some a snacky. I technically have a snacky next to me, but I need to heat it up. So I just saw Dark's comment about getting up to do a stretch break, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do on the next sprint. Is I'm gonna get up. Though to be fair, every time I've turned the camera off, I have gotten up to do something. So I have actually been standing up and doing a lot. It's just that I worked last night, and now we're doing the stream, and then I was out doing stuff today, so I've been active, like constantly on the move doing stuff. That's the only reason I'm so tired.
All right. Okay.
All right. So
Project Gargoyle offers a dark academia atmosphere with gothic paranormal influences, or Project Hollowborn, a female-loving female fantasy brimming with a magicless Elvis princess and Blood's magic. The second one.
Yeah, I was gonna say you mentioned blood magic, and I'm here for it. Though to be fair, I love gargoyles, so if there's gargoyles involved in the dark academia atmosphere, this is where I'm like, roll a dice.
Okay, it says with gothic
Even's nuts.
paranormal influences. What kind of gothic paranormal influences?
Are there gargoyles? I love a good gargoyle story. I was a fan of the 90s gargoyle TV show.
That was a really good TV show. I used to watch it all the time too. As we whisper. I don't know.
I don't know why we're whispering, but like it's a secret.
Ooh. All right. So all right. It reminds you of the story I think I told last week about my daughter and tasers in her pocket.
I gotta go grab something. Hold on.
Okay.
Speaking of that,
so for those of you that weren't here last week, my daughter was in this, like on Thursdays at the library. She has this teen meetup, and the first or second Thursday is they do a group with the Safe House, which is sexual assault, and basically like a safe space from, like, you need to go there if you've been sexually assaulted or abused or domestic violence. And so, like, the first half of it, this girl came and talked about sexual assault online and how to be safe online. And then the second half was this guy that comes in and he teaches them kind of like jiu-jitsu type moves, how to get out of a grip on your wrist as someone's coming at you, how to use your attacker's body weight against them, that sort of thing. And one of the times they did like this whole project where they took a kid's book, and then they with their bodies, they like pictured a scene of what they thought they interpreted. It was like a theater group type thing. Anyways, so the girl that was doing this presentation about safe practices with dating online, or like dating at all and being online, my daughter and her 12-year-old friend were up there, and there was like a question like, okay, if you are spending time with a person, like let's say your boyfriend, and they go to kiss you, and you're not sure you want that to happen, What do you do? There, Illy's like, I'm gonna tase him with a taser. Mind you, she doesn't own a taser. We have no tasers in the house. So that's just always funny. Electric cattle prods. That's oh, she can be funny sometimes for sure.
I technically have a cattle prod now. It was my birthday gift. It's not an actual cattle prod. It is a pain pen with 25 million asterisk stun gun. I don't know what that means exactly, but it looks like a pen. Let me just show it. It's a pen, but it's not a pen. It's not a pen, and
Yeah.
it's loud. Yeah. I turned it on to play with it just to see how loud it would be, and Justin was in the next room, and he jumped, and he was like, "Okay, who has a taser?" He screamed it throughout the house because he used to be a correctional officer, and part of their training is to get tased. So he knew the sound immediately, and he was like, "Okay, who has it?"
Gotcha.
Uh,
Interesting.
this was a birthday gift because of the fact that my dad was like, "I don't like you working alone at night." Because I had to ask him. I was like, "Okay, why did you give me a stun gun pen?" And that's what he told me. So I have a taser.
All right. Okay. So yeah, brain juice. Right here.
Brain juice. And I've got a monster waiting for me too.
Okay.
I haven't drank it yet.
Pick me for it. Miracle.
If we do a 24-hour marathon, yes. Heather says she volunteers for tribute.
I knew that's what she's talking about. Give me a minute. This needs to work faster.
Brain juice, work
Okay.
faster.
Texas lady got to work clothes and the comfy pants. That is cute.
I might have to do that too. Time to put on PJs. Project Gargoyle.
Why are ASMR streaming now? Oh,
When we were whispering.
I don't know why.
Can you imagine doing an ASMR stream? Yes, gargoyles. Oh, now I don't know which one you should pick. Blood magic or gargoyles? Gargoyles with blood magic.
I was just thinking the same thing. All right, Rachel votes Project Gargoyle. I love Dark Academia, but both sound so good. We whisper when it's good. That's
right. Whoops.
I vote for gargoyles and blood magic. It means if you poke someone with it, they're gonna flop and back off.
Yes, very much so. I just like the little I like the warning it says. Where's that? The star. Okay, I figured out the asterisk. There's the asterisk. It says actual voltage output is difficult to measure and verify, but this unit compares to other brands that claim to be 25 million or more volts. Like, that's a lot of electricity. I remember getting shocked by electric fences that the ponies were in.
Right?
It's the only thing they listened to, and half the time they'd go through that. I vote for anything that just more whispers.
Skye is armed. Beware.
I am. Sorry.
This is my favorite.
So I've actually been watching a lot of the AS Less Monday, More Coffee. Yeah, I agree with that. It's a good thing today's not Monday,
That's
though.
true. Monday's my longest day around here, so
I've been
that's called to me.
yes, same. I've actually been watching a lot of ASMR videos
Mhm.
lately
Okay.
on TikTok because I don't know how I ended up on those pages, but I did, and I'm not mad about it. And it's been really interesting to see what gives the tingles versus what just like irks me.
And what gives you the tingles?
Hairbrushing, which makes sense because honestly, I love it when people play with my hair. You know how they grab the brush and just run their fingers so it sounds like you're brushing your hair? I don't know why that works, it just does. And then I hate when people pick up various things and do the tappies. I don't know what it is about the tappies. It just bothers me. It
So
like
you
makes
don't
my
like
skin
noisy,
crawl.
clicky clack keyboards?
Actually, I love clicky cat keyboards.
Hmm.
It's a different sound. I can't explain it.
Heather said gargoyles it is.
Oh, wait, did I miss it? Gargoyles. Yes. I like gargoyles. To be fair, there were more votes for the gargoyles. Now additional suggested writing supply list item, something that's
I mean, you can't go wrong.
nope. Wakey wakey zap. Somewhere I probably have, you know, the trick hand buzzers.
Oh.
I probably have one somewhere around the house. Maybe. Now I'm curious. I'll have to ask Justin because he would have it if we do. At one point we did. I don't know if we still do.
While I brainstorm project Hollowborn as I need a shiny new idea as writer block for Primrose.
I love it when people give their projects um something names, temporary names. Like Project Hollowborn, Project Primrose, Project Gargoyle. I've never done that.
Like Lily's book or Shane or Douchebag Revival book or Rebecca's story, like whatever the main character is.
I realize that most of the time, by the time I actually get around to writing on an actual project, I have a title for whatever story I'm working on. So usually I just call it by its title. Or at least the series title if it's a series.
That's true. So I had the one that I kind of flipped out, and then I'm going to do a Christmas one, another Christmas one, and then I think I'm gonna switch to a whole new series type books or something. I don't know. I'm out of ideas after the Christmas one. We'll see what comes to me. I mean, it's small town romance. How much?
I have
never ending. Honestly, you could write one for a different letter of the alphabet every day or every month.
Could, yeah.
What'd you say?
One for each holiday.
One for each holiday.
I actually do want to do a monster series of that where I do one for each holiday. I think that would be so much fun.
Although, like, my first book, I wrote a wedding into it because I thought it would be a longer book if there's a wedding in it. But then I realized planning a wedding is a lot of work. So writing about a wedding is twice as much work. Then I was going to do one that was, like, going to go from Thanksgiving or Halloween and Thanksgiving time. But that was, like, a lot. But I also feel like my next holiday book, I want to try writing sooner than, like, November. You know, like just have it ready to go sooner, so I don't feel like I'm trying to rush to the deadline that I've given myself and shared with people. But I do know that now I am able to do pre-orders on Amazon again because it's been a year. I lost pre-order privileges for a year because I missed a deadline one time. But I kind of like not having a pre-order. Although I do know some indie authors that wait until their book is ready and then do the pre-order, so it's already ready to go. Is that what you did?
That's what I'm doing. I won't be putting a pre-order up until the books are ready to go. With this short story series, I won't be doing. So book 1 is almost done. I finish up this epilogue, or this last chapter, not epilogue, last chapter, and it'll technically be done. Whether or not I decide to add that epilogue with the other character's perspective or not. But I don't want to put up a pre-order until I've got the other 6 stories done to the same point.
All right, I like Dark's idea, a novelette or novella series idea, a story each for random, not huge holidays, National Donut Day, etc.
Ooh, yesterday, Friday, I think Friday was World Book Day.
Wednesday, the 23rd, was World Book Day.
23rd, okay.
You know what's funny is that a couple years ago, I told the kids, like, you don't have school on holidays. And then I made the mistake of giving my boy like a mini calendar that's like has those non-serious days, like National Donut Day, National Kiss Your Teacher Day, or whatever. Maybe not that, but like the different holidays. And so then he was like, "Mom, it's a holiday. We can't have school." So then I said, "If the libraries, if the banks are closed, then we're closed. But if the banks are open, then you got to go." So then
now we major holidays.
Now we have
federal holidays.
We have like 5 calendars on our field. Here, we have one and another one, and it's a little bit bigger. And it has all the national day calendars, and then like the national month stuff like that. That would be fun. And then release them on the holiday that it is about. You know what I mean? Like, oh, National Donut Day. There's a murder at a donut shop or something. I don't know. That'd be fun.
That would be fun.
Okay. So Persephone says that they always have their title fairly early, so I never have an occasion to use project with name, work in progress name. Yeah, I don't have titles. In fact, I knew what Shane's revival story was going to be the day I released it. Like, I was coming with names. Ileana helped me narrow it down. Shane is a character in my small town romance world where he did not make a good first impression on the page in book 1, but now in book, I don't know, 5, 6, I don't know how many stories I'm in to it. He made a comeback, and he improved himself. And my story did not end up like, oh, they're going to be happily married ever after, or they're going to be like love forever. They drove off in the sunset, basically, and they're like together. But I don't feel like every romance story needs to end up in a marriage. Or baby. Yeah,
or baby.
That too.
So I actually had not plotted out, but like I had a list of the holidays that I wanted to use for these monster romances I was talking about, and I have 13. So I had New Year's, Valentine's, St. Patrick's, Easter, Mother's Day, Father's Day, Independence Day, back to school, Labor Day, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Krampus Day, and Christmas.
So for Independence Day, was there aliens involved? Awesome.
Yes. I actually have a note beside it that says, is it still a monster romance if I make it a homage to a movie of the same name and have this one feature aliens? Like, that was my note to myself.
May 2nd is not being Day, according to this non-traditional holiday list. Do you like mine?
Ooh. Okay. I have a site that I go to for holidays. Let me see if yeah, here it is. Okay, hold on. Let me put this link in the comment section, and I'll just go to the holidays. Boom.
So there's an Instagram account called National Day Calendar, and every day they share what the National Day calendar, like those weird holidays are. Like
That is cool.
today it was like 10 of them or something.
Hmm. Let's see. Today is what month are we in? We're in April. This one has the holidays that are like month long, has all the weekly holidays as well as the daily holidays. When you click on the specific month you're looking at.
Okay.
Okay, today is the 26th. So like for today, it's Alien Day. I cannot pronounce that word. Audubon Day?
Yeah, Audubon Day.
Okay. Bob Willis Day, Celebrate Trails Day, Eeyore's Birthday, Grilled Cheese Sandwich Day, Hug an Australian Day, International Chernobyl Disaster Remembrance Day, International Viognier Day, Independent Bookstore Day, International Macaroni Day, International Sculpture Day. There's a whole lot over here. This list is quite long, actually.
Did you know it's National Dueling Dinosaurs Day? It's the last Saturday
No.
in April is National Dueling Dinosaurs Day.
Oh,
Yes.
interesting. I did not know this.
What is today? 26.
Ooh, Speak Like a Pirate Day is in September, if I remember right, because I actually did something when I was activities director at the care center. I did a whole event surrounding that day where I came in dressed like a pirate. I brought in eye patches, and we made pirate hats. And no, we not pirate hats. We had pirate hats. We had the eye patches, and we made boats out of paper boats. And we had a couple more
So,
pirate themed
according
activities
to
that we
National
did
Day
on Talk Like a
Counting,
Pirate Day.
it is Dueling Dinosaurs Day, Celebrate Trails Day, First Ladies Day, Independent Bookstore Day, National South Dakota Day, National Dissertation Day, and National Pool Opening Day. Help a Horse Day, Sense of Smell Day, Rebuilding Day, Pretzel Day, Kids and Pets Day, and Richter Scale Day.
That is too funny.
Yeah, I feel like the teachers go all out on the Speak Like a Pirate Day.
I don't remember celebrating that one in school. What is good, elf gone bad? Ah, that's why. Okay. I had a lot of story ideas.
For different holidays. That'd be a lot of stories. I'd probably like pick one a month to focus on.
Do you have another series you want to work on? Like an idea for a series you want to work on after you finish this one?
So for the longest time,
Like I know what I'm working on next.
so there's the fantasy adventure story that's sitting at like 25,000 words. That's that's one I was thinking of. But I think when I was in my 20s, I thought, okay, I was really interested in psychology, and I studied psychology in school, and so I thought of doing a series where there's going to be 26 books, and each book was going to be featuring a letter of a phobia, and the person was going to die based on that phobia.
That would be so fun.
I was not going to do arachnophobia because I feel like that one's always done. I was going to do agoraphobia, the fear of open places.
Oh,
Fear of
yeah, that
water.
would be.
Someone's going to like not die of drowning, but die of some other way in reaction to the water. Like there was a whole, I found a phobia list A to Z one time.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, that does sound fun. totally different than romance for sure.
Definitely different from romance. Like crinkles. Oh, I saw a comment from oh, it's National Pretzel Day or Pretzel Day, National Pretzel Day.
You've got mail.
Sorry, that was my phone.
You saw
Going back to that song.
from what? Where?
Ow. About the where is that? Dark said I like crinkles and taps, but not scrapes. Going back to the ASMR stuff, and so apparently there's two types of keyboards as far as like mechanical keyboards go. There's mechanical keyboards which sound like harsher, and then there's creamy keyboards. That one. That's the one I want. Thank you. It has my notebook in it. I need it. There it is. I was like, where is that? I need that for the next sprint. And I can't really tell the difference between the two types of mechanical keyboards
Okay.
when I'm listening to them. Like apparently they're the creamy kind are supposed to be like softer taps, but to me, the only difference is that how loud it is. Like it doesn't sound any different. It just is quieter. If that makes any sense.
Is it like
And I was just curious if anyone has one of the creamy.
So like with the way the keys are on the keyboard?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And I was curious if anyone has used one to know if there's like another difference that I'm missing. Because to me, it just sounds like one is louder than the other, but there's no difference in the type of sound. It's just one is quiet.
All right, see this one? How the keys are really flush. They don't like. They're pretty low.
Mm-hmm.
So you can type, but it doesn't make a lot of noise. As opposed to this one where the keys are pretty high up. When you pound them, they like give in more.
Yeah.
I only have that pink one because I can type on it. I could type on it at night and it didn't bother the kids. But I have this one where the keys are pretty low. So they don't make as loud of a sound when you hit them repeatedly.
I was just curious if there was like a difference other than like how loud it is versus. Just kidding.
So I find like the keys that are more flat across on the top of the key, they make less noise than the ones that have like low groove in it. That are like, I think the ones that are more ergonomic are the ones that are louder than the ones that are flat on the top. But then I've also seen the ones that look kind of like a typewriter keyboard. Those are really loud. I don't know what the difference is.
Got it.
All right. Dark says this series that was going to be a 6 books might now end up with 3 books following each couple. So 18 books. It's like my freaking.
Don't you love it when series explode like that?
What? I was.
Oh, been there, done that. Not that many though, but I've been there, done that. I was like, oh, this is only gonna be so many books.
Mine was gonna be 1. One. Like, this is
no.
1 book. Just 1. Dark says I have a very loud mechanical keyboard, and the click is different than the kind of thud sound my newer, more low-profile one makes. There's a definite difference in the tone and depth of the sound. There's definitely a difference in mine.
Okay. So it's me not being able to hear it very well. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Because to me, like I said, it just sounds like one is louder than the other, but I don't hear any other difference beyond that. And I was just curious if it was just me. It is just me. That's cool. That's all I need to know.
Your ears are broken. You hear nothing. It's fine.
It's because I'm going deaf. It's all good. Oh,
I was like, seriously, I might as well just make an ongoing soap opera serial. Okay.
I am here for a soap opera if in book form. Like, I think that is fantastic.
I mean, look at some of these like small town cozy murder mysteries or small town whatever. That is fun. Keep on going. There's never ending.
Yeah.
Never ending. But yeah, that was an idea I had a long time ago, is to do a murder based on the phobias A through Z. I think I got the idea when I was reading some Sue Grafton novels. That was BK. So before kids.
I have a very tentative release schedule starting in April of next year, where I'm releasing 1 to 2 short stories a month until October. And that's if I can stay on track and actually get stuff finished this year.
So back in like 2021, I got this 5-year calendar, and I went ahead and I was like, I'm going to circle exactly when I'm going to be releasing books from now until eternity. I did not stick with my schedule. Just putting it out.
I feel that. I feel that so hard.
So this year, I was going to release one March 10th. That was going to be my 20th book. By the way, I don't have 20 stories. And then another one June 2nd, another one August 8th, and another one November 10th. And I realized I can't do 4 books a year. That's a lot. Maybe 3.
I think I could do 4 short stories a year.
I mean, as it is, like, if I write books this small, I could totally do 1 a month. If this one is 37 pages. It's a Christmas one. Shane's story is 70 pages long, so it's a little bit longer than that. Yes.
If I put this story and made it a book, how many pages would it be? I'm just going to play around with this idea.
Okay. So
I'll do it on the next one.
it says they put in a twist that made it so I can't justify trying to wrap this Korea story in 1 book unless it's like, yeah, I wouldn't read that.
Yep, nope. 900 pages is a lot. That's the reason I haven't started reading any Brandon Sanderson books. I look at how bulky they are, and I'm like, no, that's not for me, yo. I can't do it. I like short books. I am a very big fan of short books. I'm the one over here that's read like 70 books this year, and like over half of them have been audiobooks that are less than an hour long.
So I finished a book last night / this morning. Inheritance Games by
You've had it?
Jennifer
What'd you think?
Barnes. I would have picked up the next book if I had it in my hand, but I don't have it here, so it's really good.
Got it.
Told Jesse he'd like it too. It's on this list that I
That's
gave him
good.
for each of the year. So.
How many pages are some of the... I'm trying to think of some of the longest books I've read that I've enjoyed.
I love epic fantasy, but this is not epic fantasy. It's like an indie. Yeah, I don't think that paranormal romance needs to be 900 pages. Maybe 3 of them.
No.
300 pages. Break it up.
So this was the old book before I redid my whole planner. This was the old one I was using where I've torn out a bunch of pages, and this is what I'm going to be converting into my 5-year planner, like what your cat one looks
Yeah.
like. So it's full of sticky notes of all the pages I plan on putting in that I haven't done yet. I did that portion of it 3 weeks ago, and I haven't touched it
You should
since.
just like put on like a audiobook or something and listen to it while you're drawing all those in.
I think during the next sprint, I'm actually going to work on building this up because the chapter that I was trying to rewrite is just not clicking. And I would like to be at least somewhat productive during these sprints. So at least then I know I'm doing something and I'm being productive and I'm getting something done I want done by the time July starts, because that's when I have this starting, is July of 2025.
So mine has.
Yeah, July of 2025. And then it goes until the end of 2029, so I could start a new one in 2030. I'd have a full year.
Yep, that's 3 pages left. So I'm gonna get another one because then this one's lasted me a year and a half. The first one lasted me a year, so there's a lot of times I didn't write in this one. So, but I okay. See, like the squares are just big enough for me to write something.
What are you guys doing? Quit messing with my closet.
Squares are just big enough for me to write things in.
Nice. I need to find my post-it notes so I can write, because I remember when I was telling you about doing this, you told me some things I needed to include, and I did not write them down, so they've gotten buried in conversations. Where is my phone? There it is. Let's see.
I don't remember that conversation. I mean, I remember the conversation. I don't remember what I told you.
I don't either. That's why I gotta make a note for myself. I gotta go searching through conversations. I didn't remember what I said yesterday. Why would I remember something that was like 3 weeks ago? Apparently it wasn't 3 weeks ago. Apparently I'm just dumb. Apparently it was April 14th. That's less than 2 weeks ago.
Oh. So I put a year at a glance in the beginning of it. So it's just mini calendars.
Katzen, what are you messing with my closet door for? Get her, Jester. Why are you letting her mess with my closet?
Sure, I told you something,
I'm gonna throw something at you.
and it was spectacular, and you should never forget it.
One of the things I'm trying to do with having this 5-year calendar is I'm trying to get better about. I would like to start planning out my publishing content and then using those deadlines to plan how long it'll take me to work on things. And that's why I'm starting with the publishing of next year, so that I can use the rest of this year to actually get stuff ready for publication. I would like to have all 7 of these short stories ready for publication by the end of this year, so I can start publishing them in April of next year.
But then also continue working on more stories so that.
And have other stories backed up, so there's stuff to come around too.
Okay.
That's my ultimate goal.
Gotcha.
We'll see if it works out, because I am terrible at this.
So, how short is your shortest short story?
Currently?
Yes.
Or like of all time?
Currently. Like,
Currently, they're about 10,000 words.
is there any that are shorter than that?
Not unless it's been for a specific anthology, no.
Okay.
This one was originally for an anthology where the word count limit was 8,000 words per story. So it's increased from that, with adding those two chapters from the love interest perspective. And then the other short story series that I'm going to be working on, that short story is about 15,000 words. So
Okay.
Everything else I've tried to write as a short story has turned into something longer, whether it's been like a novella or novel. Because I think that's part of the reason I'm struggling with a buck short, is that it's wanting to turn into a novel. And I'm like, no, you're supposed to be short. Dang it. Because already a buck short's at like 25,000 words. Let me open it up and see.
That's not a short story. My fantasy
But
picture
I'm-
novel that I am writing for a long time is at 25,000 words. And then it's not even
So
done.
I realize that there's other categorizations, like there's novelette, there's flash fiction, there's drabble, and there's stuff like that. I know that there's other things in between, but my brain sits on short story, novella, novel,
That's
and those are like it.
yeah, that's what I have. Like,
And so what I consider short story is anything that's 20,000 words or less.
okay,
And then anything from 20,000 to 50,000 is a novella, and then anything 50,000 plus is a novel.
yeah, that's pretty much how I do it.
That's what my brain does.
Yeah, I'd say about 20,000 ish words, and then it's like a novella. Anything over about
Where is this
50,000 up is a novel. That's where my brain kind of goes. I'm sure there's like other places that give you a more specific word count.
Oh, because of the symbol. Okay. So a buck short is sitting at, and this I never did finish the first draft because I got stuck and I was trying to figure out how to get unstuck. And it's sitting at, it's just under 30,000 at 27,527 words right now.
I still say that.
And I still had 3 chapters left to go of what I had planned, but the way it was working out is I needed to add more stuff, so I knew it was going to be somewhere between 50 to 60,000 words when I finished because of how much stuff I needed to add in to make it make sense, the way it was going. So
Okay.
it wants to be a novel. It was supposed to be a short story. It's since turned into a novella, and now it's like, I want to be a novel. And I'm like, no! You're not allowed.
All right. Dark says, I felt like my last one that was 333 pages long was pushing current attention span, so I figure about 300 pages for each, and a trilogy would be decent. That's right.
Yeah, that
Just
would.
do what they say.
I feel like that.
They all laugh and roll their eyes. Rachel says, I only write novels these days. Can never write a short story. So this was not supposed to be a short story. It ended up being a short story. And I think it's because I procrastinated and I wanted to have it out before Christmas. So, and I thought about waiting until the following year. I was like, no, I'll put it out now. I have written recently like 3 or 4 different short stories, but they were for anthologies that had a little word count limit. So, to be a novel. That's right. Eric say, make me longer. Hate it when a tiny haiku of an idea becomes 15 words. Pretty much.
I cannot write poetry anymore. I used to write poetry all the time in high school, and I don't have any. I have some of my poems because of the fact that I still have the finalized document. You remember when CreateSpace was around?
Yes.
Oops. So I had a poetry collection published when CreateSpace was around. That when CreateSpace disappeared, I was like, I'm not going to republish it to KDP. It's not worth it, kind of thing. And that is the only poetry I still have. I had hundreds of more poems back in high school and college, and now I don't have any of them except for what was published in that book. And now I can't write anything poetry wise, and I'm just like, I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if it upsets me or if I'm just like, it is what it is kind of thing. I don't know how I feel about it.
Okay. Oh, she meant to say, I hate it when a tiny haiku of an idea becomes a 50-book epic saga.
50 books circuit. Oh, got it.
She wrote a haiku today.
Nice.
I'm an underwriter, so I struggle to claw the big word counts needed for novels.
That's why my books are shorter. I think also it's because I was influenced a lot by Harlequin novels Like my mom purchased Harlequin novels left and right. So I grew up reading a lot of the Harlequin novels and I like how short the stories were. And now some of them are getting in the longer range. But I think I read somewhere that once upon a time they were all somewhere between 50 and 60,000 words and it was a short concise story. And that's what I want with my books. I want Harlequin novels with monsters. That's what I write and that's what I want.
Uh,
And that's why I long stuff.
so my first 3 novels that were not romance novels, I felt like were easier to write because they were just my story with names changed. So my first one was 50,000 words exactly. Because I didn't want to make it longer and not have no one read it. And then people wanted to know what happened next. So then the next book was just shy of 80,000 words. The third book was like around 45,000 words. And at that point, I was like, none of this dark stuff anymore. And then the only reason this first romance novel is almost 380 pages is because when I re-released it after I took out the male point of view chapters, I combined the first 2 books together into one because it was basically this couple got together in the first book and the wedding happened in the second book. So it was just one continuing story. And then this book is actually 3 different stories in one, like 2 short stories and a novella into one.
Okay.
Why do you do that? Because then I can have my name on the spine. It's really the only reason I did that. Plus, they were all like had a theme of like giving love a second chance. Not like a second chance with a person, but a second chance overall in their life. So I felt like it went with the theme. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'm a bit of an underwriter. I envy those like 60, 70, 80,000 word novels that don't feel like they're adding extra words just to make it longer.
Descriptions are my enemy.
Yeah. Okay.
Descriptions.
This is very cute. Wings flap and flutter, memories tucked in feathers, bad ones molt away.
I like it.
That's pretty. Okay. Coffee Creek Connect says I had to take a little break to refresh, but ready for another hour or 2 of editing. I feel like editing just drags on your brain, makes you way more tired.
I don't think I've edited the same way twice for any particular project. I change it up every single time.
Sometimes I go through and like look for like the word that or just to really. Sometimes, yeah, like you, just it's different each time. Depends on the story, really.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Coffee has a question. How does everyone feel about writing it?
I don't use it. I don't use Grammarly either.
What do I have?
Grammarly lost my interest when I started hearing people complain about the fact that it was even critiquing like emails on programs it was not even supposed to be connected to. And I was just like, nope, that's not a program I want to be using. And then Pro Writing Aid became the big one right after that. And I was like, I don't even want to try it. No thanks. I don't know anything about it, but I still don't want to try it.
I just use the one that's built into Word. And I like it because you can make it to like really formal or a little less formal, and depending on which version, which level of how formal it is of writing, can change. So,
Yep. And then I'll use beta readers and alpha readers and editors.
yes.
Would love to have an alpha reader, but at the same time, I don't want people reading my first drafts. No, thank you.
Closest I get to alpha reader is me telling you guys about what my story's about, and as I'm talking out loud, I'm like, "This is horrible. I should never write it." No, I'm kidding.
Same. Been done that.
Like when I was telling you about Shane's story, right? And as I'm talking out loud, the look on your face was like, "This is gonna be a horrible book." That's what your face is telling me.
Every time you talk about Shane, I'm just like, I don't think I'm gonna like this character.
I don't know. All right, so Dark says they're a Dickens-style writer, enjoys Lovecraft era fiction, and you tend to need to cull and deflower my prose. I do find that when I read over my small town romance and then I switch and read my fantasy adventure novel. My fantasy adventure novel has more flowery prose, like describing the woods and the trees and the water dragon and the talking fish and all that stuff. It has more poetic type words. But I'm also writing in third person as opposed to first person. And it just works for that type of story, I feel like. Laura says they never used program aid or Grammarly. Tommy says they're using it now. I feel like despite some things I could be better about it, it's actually helped me catch a lot of important improvements that need to be made. Uh, yeah.
There is a site I have used
Okay.
that you copy and paste your text over to it, and then it automatically deletes when you refresh the page. It's called Hemingway app. It does some things similar to Pro Writing Aid and Grammarly, but the thing I like about it is that it tells me my what level of reading my writing is. So like this was especially helpful for me because I part of the reason I don't like to write spicy scenes is I want my kids to be able to read the stuff I write. And my oldest has a learning disability, and they just upgraded her. She's in 8th grade, and we actually just had her IEP meeting, and she's now reading at
You've got mail.
no one asked you. She's now reading at a 5th grade level. So like I want to make sure that my writing is within an age range that she could technically read if she wanted to. So that's one of the things I really like about that is I'll put like a partial snippet of my writing into that app, and it'll tell me based on my sentence structure and the words I'm using what reading level it is, and I really enjoyed that feature of it.
Did you know that most newspapers around, at least in the Western Hemisphere, um, they aim to have the writing to an 8th grade level?
Wow. Okay, cool.
People drop out, or like back when newspapers were first coming out, a lot of times people didn't continue school past 8th grade because they started working at the farm and
Mhm.
that. And so then they just continued with the theme of 8th grade reading level, which makes sense.
It does.
Well, Heather says they like pro writing aid as they struggle with grammar. And Copy says definitely have to go through each suggestion with a critical thinking mind as it doesn't get everything right, but I've found it worth the investment.
I especially like it when a program tells me that a word I know I spelled correctly is spelled incorrectly. It's so much fun.
Like,
I'm like, I know I spelled that right, and I Google it, and I did spell it right. I'm like, you idiot computer, jeez.
pro writing aid will tell me I need to use less contractions in my writing. Like, don't. It'll say, I should say do not, or
Change it to
cannot,
do not.
or will not, or should not, or is
No,
not.
thank you.
Like, no. Okay. Copy says they're about to read the feedback from the chapter analysis feature. Seems pretty thorough.
Are you using the free version or are you using a paid version? Do you have your squeaker? Sir, do not squeak that in here. Take it out. I'll take it away again. The squeaker is back.
Um, Diane Callahan has a great video on her YouTube channel about overwriting versus underwriting and how to fix it. Add more conversation. Then you can add more words to the page.
Yeah, in my case, it's usually the description is lacking. I'm really good with dialogue. I'm really good with action and pacing. I just need to add more description. Laura! That's awesome.
What is your new job? Can you tell us? Are you allowed to tell us? Well,
It's a secret. I'm a secret agent.
Like she does graphic design for things, so maybe she's working on something she's not allowed to tell us yet. You know.
Oh, that's very true.
So that's a possibility. Definitely, I've done multiple revisions. It's actually way easier now than when I first started editing. I felt like I had done everything wrong. I print out a paper copy for line edits and read my story aloud. I don't use any assisting software. I find that when I put my book or my writing into Word and and it reads it aloud to me in my ear, I catch a lot more mistakes that way. And congratulations. Yay. Coffee says, I want to print out a version of my book to see it on paper and edit the old-fashioned way before making the publication.
Celebration. Celebrate good times.
Right.
Okay, so speaking of writing ducking, my phone knows me well enough now that when I actually want to type the word duck, the actual duck, it corrects it to fuck. So mine has the opposite effect now, and I'm just like, dang it, that's not what I meant. I want to talk about actual ducks, dang it.
Yeah, my iPhone no longer autocorrects that either.
Mine knows me well enough that it knows I want to cuss instead, even though I don't actually want to.
Okay. So Coffee Create Connect has the paid version.
Okay.
And they also have AutoCrit. And
Okay.
Laura says that she's an activities assistant at an old folks home.
Oh, okay. So she's doing what I used to do before I switched over to housekeeping.
Okay. And then
It was just a different title for me.
CCC says, I find AutoCrit is a little more thorough. They gave one free credit, which gives you an entire manuscript analysis. Pretty thorough, too, and I just enjoyed the instant feedback.
Nice.
My phone does the same thing, Dark says. Besides YouTube, I am not on social media. I haven't even posted videos out here for a while, so hard to get beta readers.
I will probably, when I get to the point where I need beta readers, because this is a short story, I'm only going to be looking like for 2 or 3 per story, and I'll be like, hey, so I'm looking for beta readers if anyone's interested. That's pretty much going to be the extent of my thing. Here's a form you can fill out if you're interested in trying to be a beta reader.
Now featuring new software update. I curse. Say what you mean without annoying autocorrect. That would be excellent. I'm just finding ways to get feedback before I send the book off for professional editing. Unfortunately, we're in the process of losing my dog. I really want my book in print before that
Fair.
happens, as I want to sit next to her and read the book out loud to her, considering how much time she spent sitting next to me as I wrote or edited it.
I love that. That's super sad, but I love it.
So I was on Threads the other day, I think this morning or yesterday or something, and
One of these days.
they were complaining about Chewy.com, like the online where you can order like dog treats and dog food and cat treats. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. They went to go cancel their subscription because
Okay.
their dog died. Okay.
Okay.
And then they got a letter or card in the mail saying, welcome to the Chewy family. Here's a $10 gift card. And then there are some comments in there that said, oh, they should have sent you a condolence one. Like, sorry for your loss type thing. Someone just clicked the wrong thing. Yeah. So
I fucked up.
pretty much.
Oh, that is just terrible.
Dark says they tried using BookFunnel for betas, had 10 folks bite and only 1 review, so either it was terrible or folks just wanted a freebie. I've not used beta readers. Like, sometimes Jessie has read a few things, like my daughter's read it, but she reads it for like editing purposes. I don't think I've had like beta readers for anything.
So, I've heard a lot of bad things about using BookFunnel for beta readers. However, I have my newsletter, my reader magnet through Story Origin, and they've since added in a beta reader feature, and I've heard a lot of good things about Story Origin's beta reading feature. I don't know how it works. That's the extent of my knowledge. I know it's been added. I know that people have raved about it. It's been awesome, apparently.
There's a few different authors that I do arcs for. Like I get the arcs from them, and they use BookFunnel to send it out. But that's as far as I know about that.
Yeah. But the ARC feature is different from the beta reading feature. At least it is with Story Origin. I don't know how it works with Book Funnel because I've never, other than an outsider reader, I've never used Book Funnel.
Yeah.
So I don't know anything about it. And the only thing I have with Story Origin is my newsletter, my reader magnet. So don't have an opinion there either, honestly, about any of their extra features. White room syndrome. Yes, that's what I have. I have white room syndrome severely.
I find I have difficulty, like, if there's more than two people in a conversation, to, like, make sure to have the third or fourth person speak every so often to make sure the reader knows that there's more than two people in this random room of clowns. Dirk says, I'm just posting things on Substack. As I go to gauge interest beyond that, I don't think I'll bother doing ARCs and whatnot.
Yep. I don't do ARCs. I've never done ARCs, and I have no desire to do ARCs. That just seems stressful to me.
I don't have to worry about, like, if someone's going to take it and post it somewhere else. I know the ARCs I've gotten, it'll say, like, kind of like a grayed out word. It'll say, like, ARC, or it'll say ARC for Stephanie, or it'll be somewhere in the print. So if that is uploaded somewhere, they know where it came from.
Watermarks.
I do, watermarks. So I do have a Substack, and I kind of write on it every so often. And then I had like a second, another section on it called Road Trips Are for Wimps. I've only posted one thing on there, and then no one's really read it. But I realized it's really long. It's 6,000 words.
Oof, that is really long.
Well, I'd written it for a short story competition thing like years and years ago. Yeah, that's really long. Oops, but it's fine. It's out there.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We've reached the end of the comments.
Yes. Do you want to do another thing?
It's sprint time.
Why do I keep on
Sprint?
I always keep on like closing out the dang window altogether. I don't know why. It's fine. Okay.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You'll find it. It's okay.
You know, offer ever do it. Right? Something like that. All right.
Something like that. I'm gonna work on my 5-year planner, I guess.
Yay.
Woo! I need to design some stickers. I really need a printer is what I need. I do not have a printer.
Okay. Found one.
Did you find a timer you want to use?
I did.
Okay.
I'm gonna stare at the darn thing, so that'd be pretty to look at, right?
No, I don't want to see the timer. My eyes! Shield your eyes! I know, I'm a terrible person. I
All right.
was going to say it's black box, but no, it's not.
Like that? No, I don't like that one. Maybe.
Mm-mm. It says no. So you were talking about the fact that your kiddos were watching My Little Pony earlier, the movie?
Yes.
And so I mentioned that I've watched it more times than my kids have.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what they're watching right now?
That's so funny.
I heard the villain's song just a few seconds ago.
Okay. How does this one look for everybody?
That works.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna get a refill of my coffee.
Okay.
And then I will start
Refill
typing
sound
on
good.
my document. I do have it pulled up in another window.
Woo! Sprint time. Let's go.
I'm gonna use Scrivener for this one. So
Makes sense.
yes, since now somehow it's working and everything is working fine now. Well, before I always had to
Today
like
broke.
redo like the font and the line spacing because the letters would overlap each other. But for whatever reason, it's working now. So I'm not going to question it. It's working fine. All right, let's sprint. Hello, I am back. How did you do that sprint? I got something to eat, and then I got some coffee refilled, and I opened up my scripted document and started plotting a little bit here and there.
Hang on.
Hi,
Hello.
how's it going?
It's going.
What'd you do?
I realized I never put my headphones back on, so I was like, I don't even know how much time is left on the timer. And I got back and you're on screen without the timer. I'm like, oh, I guess it was over. Whoops.
Well, I came back and I saw, because I was on a different window, I guess, and I came back and I saw it was like playing on the next playlist of the next timer. Because I was like, oh, I guess it ended. Oops. Well, no one else is here. Like, there's one other person watching the stream, so
it's all good. I'm here.
It's okay.
I'm watching.
All right. So I got more coffee, and I started. I opened up the scripted document and I was reading what I wrote for like the blurb and synopsis and the person's names and ages and all that. And and then I started. I really like on Scrivener the cork word feature, where like each chapter is kind of and like what I did before and what I'm doing now is just writing like a quick 1 to 2 line sentence of what's happening each chapter, kind of like when I'm drafting on a computer anyway. I didn't get very far. I got to like the 3rd chapter, I guess. The first chapter is what causes her to leave her big town to go to the small town. The second chapter is her saying goodbye to her best friend, who I named Betsy. I don't know why, Betsy, and driving into town, and this guy helps her at the gas pump because she doesn't know how to pump gas, and then she's gonna go to the library to pick up her keys from the librarian because of course it's the librarian.
Of course, she's got her fingers in all the pots.
Yes, it's the same librarian that maneuvered that blind date in the library for my LA Fire anthology. So even if you don't read that story in the anthology, you're not gonna like what I don't know what's going on in the town, that's all I got. That's all I got so far.
I got a new drink and a snack, and I sat down and was shopping around for like monthly label stickers because I realized I do not want to write in this 5-year planner. I do not want to write every month for 5 years. And I was like, I am lazy and I like stickers and I need to find some. So that's what I did. And I have not gotten very far. And I drew 2 lines for July. That's it. That's all I've done.
All right. So I went to my bookshelf and grabbed a few notebooks off. I'm like,
okay.
Oh, what happened?
Justin's gaming. Sorry.
Oh, okay. No. So I was like, what did I put? And so my oldest daughter is not with us right now. She was like, "This is such a pretty book. You should have it forever." I'm like, "It's not pretty. I don't find it pretty."
I do find that pretty.
It's fine. So then I was like, I'm going to use it to write stuff in, just so that she didn't. And so what I done at one point in time, I was writing down every single ebook I had on my Kindle in order from the author. But you know what happened after I got I got this far,
Okay.
pretty far, and then I got new books. So it messed up. Like, whatever.
And that right there is why I use spreadsheets for that same thing.
I realized at like page 5 I should have done that. Well, because I have a bunch of these short stories by Bella Frost.
That name sounds so familiar, but I don't think I know who that is off the top of my head.
Or no, Bella Forest. There you go, Bella Forest. She has a series of like, I don't know,
That sounds familiar.
like The Secret of Spell
Just-
Shadow Manor 4, The Secret of Spell Shadow Manor 5, The Test, The Secret of Spell Shadow Manor whatever, The Shade of Blood, A Shade of Key 2, A Shade of Vampire 5, A Blaze of the Sun. First, Harley, Merlin, and the Mystery Twins. Harley, Merlin, and the Stolen Magicals. An Hour of Blue, The King of Shadow, and Meet of Tribes. A Touch of Truth, The Valley of Darkness.
It's a lot of books.
Yeah.
Did you number them?
Did I number them?
Yeah, so you can say how many you've got total.
No.
Of course not. That would make too much sense. Jeez, Skye, what are you thinking?
There's a bunch in here. One point in time, I had Jesse move all of his ebooks over to my Kindle, and then I was going to reset it and then put Illy's Kindle Unlimited membership onto my Kindle. And then I was like, I'll just cancel hers and activate mine. And then I lost all the ones he put on there. But there's still like 1,000 unread ebooks on my Kindle. Like, from those free Kindle ebook days. Actually, I have no idea how many is on there. I'm sure I could look at it and find it.
Mine's a lot more than that.
I have no idea, actually. I think I might go and grab it and see. Okay.
One of the things I have noticed though is that if I'm reading something on the Kindle app on my phone, and then I switch to using the Kindle app on my iPad, and I finish it in one or the other, it doesn't always mark it as read on whichever one I did not like. If I start it on my phone and then I finish it on my tablet, it doesn't always mark it as read on my phone until it syncs the next time, which does like once a week.
Yes,
So sometimes
like
it'll say I have more unread books than I do.
either to sync it, or sometimes it's just a matter of like Wi-Fi updating it or whatever. Forgot we had a chat, and the chat box went away, but it's back. Okay, Rachel got 410 words.
Nice.
I got 500 words not related to anything.
Oh, no gargoyle, no blood magic. Dang it.
Derek went to skim a chapter to recap a scene in their brain, and ended up just reading on for the whole time.
Been there, done that.
Look who's here.
Hi, JC.
Hellos all around.
I love the hellos.
Okay, that's it. All right. I guess I'm all caught up again. I'm not doing another sprint right away. What time is it? An hour 10. I have.
Yep.
Yes, I can math.
We can math. Yes.
I mean, not math with more than one variable in the equation, but I can time zone math. It's fine. I think the problem why I didn't like this one is this. It doesn't like. It doesn't like.
Oh, it doesn't lay flat and stay flat?
Yeah. I think that's what I didn't like about it.
I need to step up my game and buy some more books because I have 1,970 unread books on my Kindle.
Oh, is that all?
That's it. Just 1,970.
Let's see here.
What's up, kiddo? Is that one of your mushrooms? Yes. Yay. I'm actually understanding it. Nice. She got this crochet mushroom kit for her birthday, and she's been really frustrated because she's been trying to follow the instructions and they haven't been making sense. And I guess something about it clicked tonight because now she's got like part of a mushroom built, and she's super excited about it. As she should be. Okay, now I gotta remember how to do math. I did say 1,000. Let's see.
Well, on my Kindle app on my phone, I have 1,058 unread.
That's not bad. My problem is I keep getting sucked into all the free events and just getting a bunch of free books because they look and sound interesting.
I go
It's
based
one of the few times where I actually just read the description.
YouTube. You do better than me. I just like, oh, that looks like a nice cover. I like the genre. I'll buy a bunch.
And some of the books I don't get for me, if they look like something I think my kids will read, I get it too. So that's some of the unread books, is they're not necessarily my books, they're their books.
I know some on my Kindle, because not always on my phone, but on my Kindle app or my Kindle, I have some from way back then, like monarch butterflies and what is snot and giraffes from like when the kids were little that are still on there.
Mm-hmm.
That shows us not read because once I transfer from one to the other, I didn't read it again. They're just there.
Yeah.
JC is working on poetry for poetry night tomorrow.
Nice.
And Heather says she doesn't want to think about how many books she has unread on her Kindle.
How many do I have read? Now I want to know the difference.
Well, I've read a lot of books on Kindle Unlimited, but that doesn't count because I
Same.
return them. It doesn't count as read.
Correct. But it doesn't count the Kindle Unlimited towards your unread either. So I currently have 20 checked out with Kindle Unlimited that are not part of the 1,970. So technically speaking, I have 1,990 unread books. And I have 320 read books.
I have 87 read books.
I have a lot less. I never finish books apparently. Which is wrong, but it's just I read so much from Kindle Unlimited, and like what I need to do at some point is just be like, I need to cancel my Kindle Unlimited subscription and just read the ones that are on my Kindle, and I haven't because I don't want to.
So we were doing Kindle Unlimited, which comes out to like 12 something a month because of taxes, because we're in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
We discontinued it just because we had a library now, so that's easily accessible. Which is why I waited like a month, and I swear a month to get my Zoeac Academy books, because if I still had Kindle Unlimited, I would have been reading them probably, maybe, because they're in Kindle Unlimited.
Fair.
All right, and GC thought you said 100, not 1,000.
Nope. 1,567,332.
Heather says she
Just kidding.
has 562 unread. And
I'm impressed with that number. I wish mine was that low.
Look at Darks.
I mean, I'm getting pretty close. I'm just under 2K. Give me a couple more free book events, and I'll probably have over 3K.
Oh. Yeah. So, like,
Yep.
I'll open my phone or my computer or whatever, and I'll just do like 10 at a time, and then I'll download. I'll get them, and I'll wait. Do another 10 at a time.
So the other thing I do, and I need to know if anyone else does this. If I see a book that I am interested in, but I know I'm not going to remember the title of, I know I'm not going to remember the author of, I but it's something I might like be interested in purchasing later, or like keeping an eye out to see if they ever do a freebie. I download the sample. I have 292 samples on my phone right now.
No, I don't do that.
Can't be the only one that does that. Every once in a while, I'll go through all my samples and start reading the books to see if I'm still interested in them, and then get rid of the samples if they're not ones I'm interested in, or just go out and buy the book if it's available.
Okay. Yeah, I don't do that. It's fine. I'm sure someone else out here does. It's fine.
Maybe.
Interesting says, when they're feeling down and want to buy something but don't actually have any money, I peruse the free Kindle books. I only go to look at them when I see like an author or something and announce, oh, my book's part of the free Kindle book day or something like that. My polyamorous vampires releasing on KU May 1st. Betrayed by Blood.
Nice.
How much is your ebook to buy, Heather? And yeah, there is one of the reasons happening in May is just to read your Kindle Unlimited books, or if you don't have Kindle Unlimited, just your Kindle books that are on your Kindle. Rats. 10 not to bother with samples. I don't do that. I would feel like a tease.
Interesting. Not me over here stalking Heather's Amazon page to see. There we go. Her other books. Because she's got more books out. I think I have. Yep, I have her Daffodil Queen. No. Is that the one I have? Yeah, her Daffodil Queen is the one I have.
Okay.
Have I read it? No, it's one of the unread ones.
She's in Montana. Where else would she be?
Me?
Yeah, that's where you were.
Oh, my room.
I knew what you meant. That's what I priced my ebooks at, is $3.99.
I have different price points based on the word count length, and I need to update it because it's not accurate anymore.
So all of my
go to my
ebooks
notes so I can look at
are
it.
the same price, $3.99. My paperbacks are $14.99, but my thinner ones are, I think, $7.99, or like $7.99 or $9.99, and that's only so that I can make like at least $1 on these ebooks or paperbacks. But I'm like, honestly, if you buy this in paperback, what is wrong with you? Just buy an ebook for it.
So I don't remember if it was on your stream or my stream or vlog, or I don't remember where it popped up that I think it was Eva who mentioned it. Because I mentioned the fact that I was reorganizing all of my short stories and stuff and trying to get all my files in one place. Almost done with that project, by the way. Not quite there. But I was talking about the fact that I think it'd be cool to have even if it's just for me to have copies of those stories on my shelf. So I was thinking about putting like together a compilation of all those stories to print out a physical copy and put on my shelf.
You could always just
So that's one of the things.
make a file of all the ones, and then
In a collection.
in one big book, and then just print an author copy for you, or even just have it
Yep.
available so that way it looks like this and doesn't have not for resale on it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And just see if someone will actually buy it. I don't know. Okay, betrayed by blood. I mean, author name.
That name is not popping up. Not for me. Oh, because I spelled it wrong. Haha, just kidding. And I made my computer mad. Good job, Skye. Good job. I cannot spell. Do, 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 do. There it is. Found it.
Can you share it?
That is not what I wanted. Bugger knots. There it goes. I did not realize that she had a secondary pen name. NKU May first. Boop, boop. There we go. Shared. Oh, this is the one where she was having trouble with the cover designer. Okay. I'm glad everything worked out. I do like that cover. It's very pretty. I like that it's mostly like darker colors, and then you got that pop of color with the petal. I think those are petals. I feel like they're petals. Rose petals. Flower petals. Yeah. I like that pop of color. Coming to a KU near you.
Oh, that's pretty.
Right?
Yeah, I didn't know Heather, I didn't know you used a couple of different pen names. I like the look of
Okay.
the font, the shiny gold.
Sheen, shiny. Sheen, shiny.
Looks good. I like that.
Mm-hmm. We're over here judging book covers. Yes, gobbledygooks, what's up? Oh, googly moogly.
So I put your name into Amazon, and I forgot it's not Skye as your
Oh,
author name.
yeah. It doesn't pop up.
Skye from
I'm a Paw Patrol pup. I'm here for it. I'll take it. Okay. Let's just see. I need to find monthly stickers that I like. Ooh, monthly planner kits. I'm here for that. What do they look like? Don't videos. Thank you. I'm not mad about that. I think that's too big, though.
So the size of your black book that you have is a B6.
Yes.
Okay.
Here's what I'm looking at. I have no idea if it'll fit. I can't tell. And this is just for like a regular planner, not for the 5-year planner that I'm doing.
Okay.
I just like that it's the whole year, and it's like every month is themed. That's what jumped out at me the most, was the fact that it was themed. I really do like a good themed planner. Ooh, September is the sunflowers. Interesting.
I mean, you can still use
yeah.
it for the 5-year planner. Oh, it's $5 per month or $50 for the whole set.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't like that as much anymore.
What's that?
It clicked what you meant about the price.
Oh, okay.
I do not want to spend that amount. Ah. Plus, I really just need the monthly stickers, anyways. Maybe I should put in B6. I'll have to research. Anyways, let's see. Heather says Ivy Thorpe is named for smutty, spicy books. Spicy. I need to get a rubber stamp set that's for like dates and stuff, like numbers. I have not done that. I don't know if I have. I'll need to look through my stamps because I don't use stamps that often, but I might have something that is monthly related. Now that I think about it, I'll have to check. All I know is I don't want to write it. I do have a very pretty pen and ink set that I need to try in this planner and see if I can use it or if it'll bleed through the papers. I got a glass pen and ink set, and I haven't tried it out in this notebook. I thought I had, but looking at my pen test page, I did not. So I need to try that and see if it'll bleed through or ghost, and if it doesn't, I would like to use that in this planner, this 5-year planner. Because that's what I'm working on now, is I'm just making my monthly calendars, because it's going to take forever.
Yeah.
For 5 years.
Mark says might save you a few bucks if you do the whole ink stuff because she's in her use rough era right now.
Yeah. I am trying to use up all of my stickers. I have a 3-ring binder full of stickers that are over 10 years old, and I'm going through it now and being like, okay, I'm going to use this. I'm going to use it by this such and such date, or I give it to the kiddos. And then there's some stickers that I'm like, I know I won't use it. I know they won't use them because it's not their type. So I'm going to be pulling those out and getting rid of them in some way, whether I take them somewhere and just donate them for free or send them to people I know that might use them. It's all part of my strategy as we declutter and pack up so that we could possibly move instead of just take a trip down to North Carolina.
Possibly. I like that. Possibly.
I don't want to get my hopes up and then find out I cannot financially afford to move.
Yeah.
Knowing my luck, that's exactly what's going to happen. I feel like that's too many boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not. Okay, it looks weird. Oh, it's because of all these sticky notes in here. Shit. Probably should have started from the back and moved forward so I can get rid of sticky notes as I go. Note to self. Let's see. But yeah, I've got to go through all my washi tape. Still, I've started to. I just never finished it. I've got to go through all of my pens, all of my markers. To be fair, I don't have a lot of markers because I'm not a huge fan of markers. I have a bunch of different like Post-it note packs because I went through a phase where I was like using Post-it notes like crazy, and I have different sizes for different things. And I also have like, there was some I was going to use as like decorations where I would like write quotes on them to include in like a reading journal when I thought I was going to do a reading journal on paper. And so they're like watercolor with different colors. So I've got a bunch of Post-its randomly too that are just sitting around. I do have sticker paper. If I had access to a printer, I could just, print my own, which is ideally what I would like to do.
So Heather has a question. You could get any author to do a retelling of any tale. Who and what would it be?
Oh, snap. That is a very good question that I don't have an answer to. I legit do not have an answer for that.
Sure says Shannon McGuire retelling Macbeth. Yeah, I don't really read a lot of retellings because if you have read, have been disappointed in.
I can confer. I recently read one that you did not like, and I was like, it was okay. Was it the greatest? No. Was it okay? Yeah. It was just okay.
It was a Beauty and the Beast retelling based, and they were like on the Oregon Trail, and it was just.
Yeah, it was okay.
It was so horrible. I told Skye I didn't finish it, but then I went into my review for it, and it said that I did finish it. That's how horrible it was. I couldn't even remember finishing it. It's pretty bad if you can't even remember finishing something.
I have not read
so
any of McGuire's work. And it's been so long since I've read Macbeth, I can never remember the story. The most I can remember about it is the one thing where if you're about to see it on stage, you don't say its name. And that's the only thing I really remember about it.
So I realized I had my Kindle next to me. Okay. So my Kindle device says I have 1909 unread.
Okay.
But my Kindle app on my phone says I have 1,058 unread.
One of these things just doesn't belong here.
Right.
Let's see, have I read anything by Shannon McGuire? The answer is no. I have Rosemary and Rue, though. I think that's the one I have. I have Discount Armageddon. I have a couple books by McGuire. I just haven't read them yet. Look at me. I feel like I have one of those books too. There's 11 The Wayward Children. I have Every Doorway a Heart. I have Every Heart a Doorway, and I have not read it yet. Look at me. I've got lots of books by that author, and I just haven't read any of them.
So on my Kindle device, I have I started the categories. if travel, Christian, paranormal, and then I have my books because I put my books directly into Kindle to read it that way. If they're academy setting, if it's by a certain author, I have a lot of by a certain author, so all of Sarah Cannon's books are in a certain collection, and then I have books that I've been collecting in essay DNF, like start reading it over it.
See, if I DNF it, I get rid of it.
See here, there's 5 hockey romances. Let's see, what else? Cozy, arc, holiday, homeschooling, nonfiction, James Patterson, retelling, Kim Harrison. She's an author. She's done stuff like
Dead Witch Walking.
Yes, that, and then The Good, the Bad, and the Undead. There's only 2 books I have by her. And then I have a bunch of box sets, like 17 box sets.
I don't know what it is about ebook box sets, but I cannot stand them. I love them like in physical form. I love box sets. They're like one of my favorite things ever. But I don't know what it is about the ebook box sets that I just cannot stand them.
Is it because they're so long?
I don't like that. I don't. Maybe I really don't know. I think it's actually the covers, like how a lot of times the authors try to include like the 3 books in the cover of one cover kind of thing. If it's a trilogy, let me see if I can find an example on my phone because I probably have a box set like
this
that.
one right here. See in the middle, so it looks like
Yes.
it's inside a box.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's what I don't like about them. I'm like, give it its own cover.
Then we got, let's see here.
And not me over here judging books by covers. I don't do that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, then there's this one set. It's Gods and Mortals, and there's like 6 or 7 novels by different, but they're by different authors. So 1 book per author. Things like, I wish this would be in color. It'd be easier to read. I can't read that. Oh my gosh, this one's so long. There's like 27 books in one. What else we got here? 91 mystery books, 43 Witcher Vampire, and then I have, of course, I have romance, and they are. Where are you?
I totally misheard you when you said witch or vampire, and I heard Witcher, like the game / movie / show or / book.
Yeah.
And I was like, Witcher vampire, that's a new one. Okay, who's writing these?
I have 386 romance ones.
Nice.
386, because that's mainly what's in the like the free ebook Kindles. There are a lot of that. 26 arcs I have. And I have 1,130 that are uncollected. I haven't put them in a category yet.
I have all mine in uncollected because I screwed up my folders, so I deleted all of my collections to start over, and I haven't started over yet. So all of mine are in the whatchamacallit?
Uncollected.
Uncollected. So yeah. Do you have one that's for like author tubers?
No,
Like a collection?
I mean, I should.
I've been debating adding that to my list of when I do my collections. So the collections I wanted to do, let me pull up my notes for when I was going to start actually doing that.
I mean, to be fair, most of my arcs are from author tubers.
To be fair.
So we got Blood Trail by Bethany Botaw. We got Reader, I Tweeted Him from Emma Bennett. Write, Eat, Sleep, Repeat by Emma Bennett. The Secret Gift by Bethany Adazada. Let the Rebel Fall by Mandy Lynn. Tracker by Bethany Botaw. The Witching Well and Other Stories, which Sarah Cannon is part of that group. Spellbound by Nicole Ford Thomas. All the Traders by Kylan Rivers. Wow, that one's been on there a while. Uh, Firstborn and Vessel from Becca C. Smith. Song of the Dryad by Natalia Lee. And Pistol Daisy by Natalia Lee as well.
Nice.
A nice collection of them.
I've done a lot of if any author tubers have had theirs in Kindle Unlimited, I've gotten them through Kindle Unlimited if I've read them yet. I don't think I've read any this year. That's a lie. I'm a liar. I've read 2 or 3.
LaSalle Sandberry,
Mm-hmm.
Blood Like Magic,
Mhm.
and the sequel to Blood Like Magic is in my library.
I
On the
am
shelf. I'm so
really
surprised.
I am looking forward to Mastery of Monsters. I am so excited for that. I cannot wait for June. Okay. Oh, Dark said I want Cassandra Ka. I believe I pronounced that correctly. To retell Cinderella. They did an amazing novella, The Salt Grows Heavy. That was based off The Little Mermaid. The Little Mermaid portion was the part that reminded me of this. I read a retelling of Little Mermaid that it's like top favorite book this year so far. It was Skin of the Sea. That sounds right, and it doesn't sound right at the same time. Hold on, let me double check and make sure I'm getting my books right. It's by Natasha Bowen, and it is a Little Mermaid retelling mixed with African mythology, and I loved it. It's like been top tier book this year for me. Yeah, Skin of the Sea was what it's called. And I'm both excited and scared to read the sequel because of the fact that it was so good, and I'm scared the sequel's the second one's going to ruin it for me.
Oh, yeah. All right. Oh, wait. What is the readathon you're hosting in August, Heather?
Yes, give us all the readathons. I read Delicious Monsters and I liked it. And I think I have Tender Beasts. But I haven't read Tender Beasts yet. I do not have Tender Beasts. I lied. Just kidding. I don't know what I'm talking about. And if there's ever an author tuber who writes under a pen name, and they haven't revealed what that pen name is, or I just plain don't know what that pen name is, maybe they've talked about it and I just haven't been paying attention. Those I do not have categorized under author tuber, so I might have more author tuber books than what I realize. I don't know.
Right, because Natalia Lee, she wrote Pistol Daisy, but now she's been writing some like romance novels, but underneath a pen name that she's not sharing.
Yep, which is fine.
Which is fine.
I'm nosy. I want to know, but at the same time, I only want to know so I can see what and be like, hey, I've read that, or no, I haven't yet, kind of thing.
Right.
I fully support people not saying that what their pen name is. Let's see.
AuthorTube August. So I like read and review AuthorTube books for the month to uplift the community.
Okay.
That's cool.
I like that idea. Since I'm a mood reader, that's the problem with me trying to do all of these reading challenges, is the fact that I'm such a mood reader. Like right now, I'm in a romance era. I just got off a thriller kick, and I'm pretty certain after I get off this romance kick, I'm going to be back into a fantasy kick.
So I'm doing one readathon next month. It's called Mystery and Mayhem, and I feel like any book could satisfy. So there's 3 teams. The last is the Sleuths and Masterminds. You get bonus points if the cover has a color on it for your team. So, like,
Okay.
on the masterminds, if it has a red cover or a person on the cover, you get an extra 5 points. If it's a red cover and a person, you get 10 points. Then you get bonus points if it's 300 pages or more. If it's up to 300 pages, an extra 5 points. 400 pages, 15 points. 500 pages, 20 points. And if it's over 625 points. But like the prompts, I feel like they're pretty vague, I guess, maybe. Like a book with a map, a mood read, your most read or favorite genre, if it has an animal in it, an author you've read, a new to you author, top of your TBR, a Goodreads top book any year or category, if it's a multiple POV, or if it's a host favorite. And there's like 6 different hosts, so yeah, I feel like those that have prompts that are pretty could cover a bunch of stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
It could.
So,
Yeah.
like the video I just did about the Our Fantasy 2025 bingo board. They have specific prompts, but the things like it has knights or paladins, but it's all fantasy. The whole board is fantasy. So there's some other ones I've had. Bree from Four Paws on Book. Hers were things like 2025 release, LGBTQIA plus rep, or a favorite author's new release, or 5-star prediction, a special edition, self-published, new author, mental health rep, a friend recommendation, a cover by, number and a title. Those could be any genre. Like, I like the ones that can cover any genre. One time I was in a readathon and I was on team romance. You got extra bonus points for reading romance, and like if I do that particular readathon again, I'd probably pick a different team. You didn't have to read romance, but if you got extra points for doing it.
Yeah. The lighting in here sucks. I can't see my lines. Oh well. It'll either come out good or it won't. I feel like that's wrong. Nope, that's right. Okay. Just looks wrong. Don't mind me over here. Just making my monthly planner. I've yet to finish one.
Oh, okay.
I'm still on July of 2025. To be fair, I've actually been looking at the screen most of the time and not writing.
See that? That's
Yeah.
a clear sticker. I have no idea. I don't know where I got it from though. I'm pretty sure I got it like lobby.
Dang.
Pretty sure. I'll have to find it again. Yes. Now I remember. I got it in Hobby Lobby. Have you been in Hobby Lobby before?
Mm-hmm.
So like, there's the aisle that has all the stickers hanging up.
Yep.
It was a set that had the months and then the day stickers. So I got a whole hanging sheet of monthly stickers or the dates. And then I got a whole sheet hanging up of the months of the year. Yes. I remember now. Because then I also had days of the week across the top. Because I hate dating. I hate writing the number in.
I don't mind writing in the numbers. The problem is I tend to write them in the wrong spot.
Yes.
Whoopsie daisy. Heather brought up something that would be cool.
Oh,
She's thinking about reaching out to a few this year and see if she can do some interviews. I think that's a cool idea.
That is a cool idea. Ah, there it is. Reach out to a few. Got it. Ooh. I did the Amazing Readathon last year. I had a lot of fun. I was also stuck on the side of a mountain on my in-laws' property, so I read a lot of books. I mean, I've been reading kind of a lot of fantasy. I don't know.
I was reading a lot of holiday stuff until the end of February, I think is when I really stopped reading fantasy stuff. Not fantasy, holiday. But I started reading holiday stuff later this year because usually I start reading holiday stuff in like October, November, and I didn't start reading holiday stuff until like mid-December this year.
Oh.
That's how much of a mood reader I am. I just suddenly oh, this book's not working for me. If I DNF like 3 books within the same genre, I know that it's time for me to switch genres, and I have no idea what genre I'm going to be reading next until I stop DNFing random books.
Well, I did a buttload of romance, and then I was reading one of the books by L. Kennedy, The Mistake. And that was the one where I got like a certain, I think it was on chapter 4 or 5, and I was like, if this person and this person didn't fight and he calls the radio station to talk to her, I'm throwing this out the window. And then that's exactly what happened. I was like, well, maybe I need to stop reading romance while I'm writing romance all the time.
Not allowed. Cannot read it.
I did it for a romance hockey reading blog. And it's supposed to be college level romance or college hockey team. And other than the author putting in an F word like every other page for the first 4 chapters to try to age up the writing or whatever. It was like a high school story, honestly.
Whoops, did all right. I need better lighting to do this. This is not working because I don't have good lighting in here. Did that help? A little.
But yeah, I should totally, I think when we switch over to your stream, I will actually work on more drafting because I am done editing books or editing short stories. I'm done proofreading short stories for the anthology I'm part of. And I also went 52 days in a row of posting daily on Instagram and Facebook on my books.
I need to try to get some more writing done. I was going to try to finish that short story during your stream, and then it didn't happen. So that's fun. It's time for me to actually get some work done on it instead of procrastinating by doing other things, which I'm very good at. I'm very good at procrastinating, doing other things that need to get done, but they don't necessarily need to get done right now. They could wait. And that's
so
my
I was
problem.
going to do 2 different readathons next month. But one of the readathons did not. I'm in Discord servers for all of them. So one readathon kind of was like, hey, it's not cool to talk about other readathons in this server. Only talk about the one you're in. We don't want to know what other readathons you're participating in. Because it's like you're advertising to make people go to other readathons. Like, you can do more than one readathon a month. It's fine. Because most of them, one book can satisfy more than one readathon a month.
Right?
So I'm not doing that readathon anymore. So I'm only going to do the Murder and Mayhem one. Oh, I went to the library today and took Jackson to do a STEM thing. And while I was there, I went and just randomly walked a book down the aisles and took a picture of every red covered book. Because I'm on the team that the red covered books get me extra points.
Yeah. And if you got humans on the cover.
Yes. So I got like 4, 6, 8, like 12 or 14 of them. What was a Tessa Bailey book? I'm not sure if I like her writing yet or not.
Have I read? I feel like that name sounds familiar, but I don't know if I've actually read any Tessa Bailey.
It's this one.
Oh, hold on. Okay, definitely haven't read that one. Not me going to stalk an author to find out if I've read their books or not. Doo-da. Tessa Bailey books.
I don't remember I've read any of her other ones or not.
Oh, books. Oh, books all the time.
Yeah, last
Search
year when I
by.
did Pizza Readathon, I was on Teen Romance. I read a lot though. It was all blurred. That's why I was like, oh yeah. Last year I totally overshot my 52 books I want to read for the year. So this year I'm gonna put it for 100 books I want to read for the year. And well, you know, I'm like at 10.
I don't set goals as far as like how many books I want to read total. But if I did, I would have beaten my goal already because of all like the shorter works I've been listening to on audiobooks. I have read Tessa Bailey because I read the Under the Mistletoe collection and hers was book 2, Merry Ever After. So I have read Tessa Bailey.
Mistletoe.
It was one of the Amazon original stories, part of that series. There's like 6 books. This one was 5.
Oh, I did read some of hers. I read Fix Her Up. I don't really like that one.
I have not read any. Oh, I read Same Time Next Year and I like that one too. Okay.
And I read It Happened One Summer. That one I didn't like. It was not my cup of tea. I don't know if I'm gonna like her books, but we'll see. I don't like. Maybe it's her covers I don't like. I don't know.
They're those cutesy covers again.
There's ways you can make your book stand out without making the cutesy covers.
Didn't you know cutesy covers are in?
I don't care. All right, what other books did I find? I found this one.
Okay.
Literally, it's had a red cover. That's all I did.
Yep.
Um,
And technically, that's a person on the cover.
There's more than one person. Look at that one.
Oh, look at that. We got people. Not just one person, people.
Oh, didn't we talk about this author on the stream?
A little bit, yeah, earlier. I tried reading City of Bones so many years ago.
Is that who writes it?
That's who writes it.
Okay.
I am not interested in her books, period. They are just not for me. There's a few authors out there that I'm just like, I will never read them. Ooh, Assassins Anonymous. Okay, that one just looks fun.
Yeah, right? That just looks fun. Oh, and this one looks fun too.
Cats Away. When the Cat's Away. Isn't that part of the Cat Who series? Yes.
I think so. And then there's this one.
Okay, hold on. Missed it. Okay, Payback in Death, okay. Yeah, Cat Who.
This one.
Is she still writing those? Kiera Cass. That name sounds familiar too. I don't know why.
It's a young adult one.
Kiera Cass. Why does that name sound familiar? Oh, she's the author of The Selection. Okay, that's why.
Oh,
I've not read those. So The Betrothed is book 2 of that series, with The Betrothed being book 1.
Okay.
So there's The Betrothed and then The Betrayed. The cover you showed me was The Betrayed.
And then this one.
Which one? One of Us is next. Oh, Gwen just read that one. She really liked it.
Did she read One of Us is Lying first? Because it's a sequel to One of Us is Lying.
Maybe I'm thinking of a different book. Hold on. There's another series. Okay, moving on.
Dark says they like object style covers for sexy things and starting to do this as an option. Oh, are you thinking a Good Girl's Guide to Murder?
Maybe? No, that's not the one I'm thinking of. But that one is that one has a red cover too. Good Girl, Bad Blood. This is a sequel to Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Good Girl's Guide to Murder now has a movie adaptation book cover, so I don't know if the cover's red.
So, Good Girl's Guide to Murder is by Holly Jackson, the same one that wrote this. Good Girl, Bad Blood, As Good as Dead, Killjoy, and the reappearance of Rachel Price.
I'll have to ask Gwen which one she read because maybe
Well,
she read
whichever
a different one. One of us is lying. One of us is next. One of us is back. Two can keep a secret. I think she either read Nothing More to Tell or You'll Be the Death of Me. She read one of those two. Let me sort this by publication date because it's a newer one. Ugh. Yeah, I think she read Nothing More to Tell. Not positive. Now I have no idea. I have no idea. Maybe. Same author, whatever book she read. And we did some research and it wasn't part of that trilogy, so I don't think it was one of those three. But now I'm questioning everything I ever knew, so.
Now I remember why I went from the previous cover to this style of cover. Because I felt like the previous cover was dark colored. Too dark colored, and I wanted something to stand out more. So I thought like bright blue and pink would stand out. But now I feel like maybe not. But they had people on the cover, but they were not illustrated. They were like photographs, like regular photographs.
Ah. Do.
It's crazy. The next weekend is.
What was the last book to finished?
So, are you doing anything special for Star Wars Weekend Day, Skye?
We're gonna definitely finish up whatever our marathon since we haven't finished it yet. Beyond that, I have no idea. Heather asked a question. What was the last book we finished?
Like
What was the last book I finished? I'm currently in the middle of one that I thought I was going to finish today or yesterday, and I haven't yet.
The Heritage Games, I finished it this morning about 4:30.
What was the last book? Because it was a KU. I already returned it. Hold on. Let me pull up my reading tracker. Thought I had it open, but I don't. I must have closed it accidentally at some point. Open Sesame. That is not what I wanted to open. I already have that open. That's what I want. All right, so the last book I read was the one you recommended to me. It was Rose by Morgan Dawson, which was that Oregon Trail. It was a Beauty and the Beast retelling. And I am currently reading Stop your noise.
It was so horrible. I couldn't even remember that I finished it.
It was okay, in my opinion. But I'm currently reading one. It's called Where Magic's Mix. It's by who is the author of this one? View in store. VT Wren. And I don't know how I feel about it. It's definitely YA, but it feels like it follows 4 characters. Actually, it follows more than 4 characters, but the main POVs are the 4 characters. These 4 girls who I thought were all sisters, and it turns out they're just best friends.
Okay, so what's the name of the book?
Where Magic's Mix. I'm going to put it in the comments section.
All right, I found it. Okay.
Morgan Dawson.
Okay. Willow and Sage.
Yeah.
$476 pages.
Yeah, already it feels too long. It feels like it should have been split up.
And it's the same size as this book here. So, like, that's a lot of pages.
And I'm 66% through with it, I think. Yeah, 69% through with it. And the plot does make sense, but at the same time, it feels like it. I realize why it's not, but it feels like it should have been 4 novels with then a novel to complete the series to tie everything together, where each novel follows each individual character by itself. That's what it feels like.
So, Amazon has it in, their categories. It has it as werewolf and shifter romance.
Yep.
Fantasy romance. And then
Yep.
also new adult and college romance.
I guess so, because they're technically the only one of them is still in high school. The rest are doing their first year of college. So I guess, yeah, that makes sense. But it's written like YA. It's not bad. It's just...
Oh, I get it.
I've been reading a lot of mad books this year, it feels like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ones that are okay, but not great. I would like to read some more great books. I've read a couple of great books, don't get me wrong. It's just like, I would like to read more great books versus meh books. Let's see. Dark said...
All right. All right. So we got... Oh, so May 4th. No, Mariana. What was the last book finished? Heather says, Feather So Vicious. And now she's reading Phantasma.
I gotta look up Feather So Vicious, because that sounds... Does it have a pretty cover? Not fathers, I said feathers.
I think that'd be a whole different story.
Yeah, I think so. It's dark fantasy. Got crows on the cover. Or ravens, sorry, ravens. We saw a raven today on the way home.
All right. So I said that I just finished The Heron Schemes by Jennifer Lynn Barnes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and by the way, the only reason I know the author of the book I just finished is because I literally finished it like 12 hours ago or something.
Now you can check off on your bingo board squares.
Yes, I can. So Heather says May 4th she's attending an author signing as an author.
Nice.
And I'm sorry to say I will not be attending your book signing, Heather.
She's in Australia. I won't be attending either. I will not be attending either. Sorry. I would love to. That would be so cool to go to an author signing. I haven't been to any.
Why does it do that?
Events, yes. Author signings, no.
Look, here it is there. Then we got this one, and then it showed up again. Like the same thing twice.
I don't know. Couldn't tell
I
you.
don't know either.
It's restream being weird.
Okay. Yes, it was really good. So I bought the book. I got the book because it looked like it was a fantasy novel. It's green with like gold lettering and stuff like that. Uh, but it's not. And it's supposed to be set in Texas of all places. And the only way you know it's set in Texas is because they take an airplane from someplace to Texas. But that's it. Like nothing about the atmosphere says Texas. They go to like some fancy private school and there's like puzzles and for some reason she is contacted and says she has to be here at this estate for a will be read at, for someone she's never met in her entire life. But by the end of the book, she finds out that this person that was missing is someone that she interacted with at some point in her life earlier in the book.
There is a connection.
I won't spoil that part, but there's like 3 or 4 more books in the series, and they're all at the library, so I'm going to check them out.
So you liked it.
It's
That's
good.
what I'm hearing.
Yes. If I had the second book, I would have just started reading a second book right then there.
Nice. That's always good.
So, Drex's last book I finished was What the Hell Did I Just Read by Jason. Is that really the title of the book?
I'm looking it up now because I need to know. It is. Oh, I love that cover. I feel like I've seen that before. John dies at the end, book 3. Okay, what is the first 2 about? John dies at the end. Okay. This book is full of spiders. Seriously, dude, don't touch it. The hell did I just read? And if this book exists, you're in the wrong universe.
Okay. All right.
You know how we were looking up the title, the books for the series Dungeon Crawler Dave?
Yeah.
Carl. Dungeon Crawler
Carl.
whatever. And how the books look and sound, the titles of them sound ridiculous. This series feels exactly the same way. It's just ridiculous, but it's going to be a good time. That's what it feels like.
What is that even? I hope that my are on the good side. Okay.
Most books are usually on the good side of okay.
So this book that I read and I complained about this guy, so she had to read it to see how ridiculous it was. Um, it starts out with this girl, and she's chained and she's getting ready to be sold in an auction. This other guy who has some scars on his face because he's the beast decides to buy her so that she doesn't get bought by some other worse guy. And then she's like, "Well, what am I supposed to do now?" And he goes, "Do whatever you want." Like I did what I was supposed to do, and so she follows him and they're like traveling on a wagon because it's like in the 1800s or something. They're traveling in a wagon on the Oregon Trail. So there's the beast, the person with the scars, and there's like a maid person, and then her like younger son, which is like the teapot, and then the saucer cup kid ship, and they're just traveling. And like I felt like the language was weird. I felt like the language didn't really place you in the time of Oregon Trail traveling.
I only had 3 real complaints for it.
Okay.
The first was that we never really got an explanation of A, why he was even at the auction, and B, why he bought her. Because there was like one line that answered that question, and I was like, that's not a real reason, dude. Like, why her of all people? What? What? And why were you even there?
Like, why was he even there? What caught his attention about her? That was
never explained once, and I was just so disappointed in that. The dialogue, in a lot of ways, felt too modern for the type of story it was. And then, what was my third complaint? Because I complained to you about all 3 things, I think. Maybe I didn't complain about 3, but I feel like I did. Because I messaged her the moment I finished reading it. I was like, let me tell you what I thought. So the dialogue stilted and ridiculous, and too modern in some places. So yeah, those were the only two things. I thought there was a third one, but apparently I didn't talk to you about it. So maybe there wasn't a third one.
Like, like he wanted her to like be safe, but he didn't. But he didn't want to talk to her. But then he didn't like her. Didn't like this other dude that because they're caravanning together. He didn't like this dude from this other wagon talk to her. And then he wanted her to be in an area that was close to him, but not too close to him. It was a whole like thing.
It was a whole thing.
I just thought it'd be more Beauty and the Beast retelling, but on the Oregon Trail, and other than like the author mentioning this landmark that they were coming up to, that was on the Oregon Trail, like they could have been like in the middle of a field somewhere for all I know.
Oh, I think that was the third thing, was that I would have liked more details about the different locations they stopped. I think there was only one that I really liked because they carved their initials in the rock, and that was right at the end of the trail. I'm like, really? Really? So I think that was my third complaint, was like we didn't know where they were ever stopping. Like we never knew when they crossed state lines. We crossed one river, and I'm pretty certain there's multiple rivers between where they were leaving from versus where they got to.
Yes.
There was no mention about any other rivers. None.
And I told Skye about it. I told her I DNF'd it, and but I didn't DNF it. I did finish it, but I don't remember finishing it. That's how horrible it was. And I think it was just, it didn't like leave a mark on my brain. Okay, so Dark says it's the third book in the series. It's cosmic meta sci-fi horror, but with lots of humor. I love it. And there's a movie before John dies at the end. Nice. I've seen that advertised. John dies at the end. Okay. And we've reached the end. Like
the end of the comments?
Like the end. Like we gotta say goodbye and take a nap or something.
I'm gonna go make some actual food because I am now very hungry. Snackies were not enough. I need some actual food in my belly. And that way I can come back and, maybe get some actual writing done. Plus I've got to switch locations because the Hubs has got to go to bed soon so that he can go to work tomorrow.
I guess.
The rude comment was about not coming to the event.
Oh.
I know. How dare us not, fly to Australia or take a boat just for an author event? How dare?
I mean, it's only 2 oceans away. Kind of. Depending on which way you go.
Which way you go, yeah. Got to take a plane and a boat and a train. And maybe a car, too.
I'm taking a boat the entire way. I'd rather drive and take a boat than fly.
My ears don't pop, so no flying for me if I can help it. Plus, right now, I cannot fly. I do not have the right identification.
I don't have a real ID anyway, so.
Even if I want to fly, unless I suddenly sprout some wings, I'm not going very far.
Drink Red Bull.
Ah, Red Bull, yes, it gives you wings.
All right. Skye, do you want to do your outro and say come back or, whatever you want to say?
Sure. Thank you everyone for joining us tonight. We are going to be doing a second 6-hour stream over on my channel. If you don't know who I am, my name is Skye. I'm a fantasy author who typically writes paranormal romance under the name SD Haggis. And maybe during my stream, I'll actually get some, writing done. Maybe. We'll see. What have I done tonight? I have done, a whole lot of absolutely nothing but procrastinating in various ways. I am very good at that. But maybe I'll actually get some work done after I get some food in the belly. And yeah, I think that's it. I don't have anything else. Come join us.
I have drank 2 cups of coffee. I have opened up a document. I've written about 50 words. I talked about books. I said hello. My internet did not crash.
Woo! That's important.
My kids went to sleep, I think. My cat did not pee on anything. I call it a success.
Yep, that sounds like
Anyways,
success to me.
for anyone that's new around here or is still here at 1 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time, my name is Stephanie. I write primarily small town romance. Currently, very named Stephanie Marie Woodson. I am one of the people that somehow created this 12-hour stream that luckily isn't a 24-hour stream. And in the meantime, we're going to take a break. We need some real food, go pee, all that stuff. And when we come back, I will probably be less chatty as I get some writing done. It'll probably be more like brainstorming what's going to happen in each of my chapters. Because then once that happens, then I can be like, okay, I'm going to write that chapter and write it.
Fair enough. If I can get one chapter done, I'll be happy. If I take a power nap now, I will not wake up for my own stream. We have been there and done that before.
No power napping.
No power nap.
I'm going to drink the rest of my coffee. I'm probably going to have a sandwich. Stretch out my back a little bit. Taking a leave. Dark said we had some fun chitty chatting and combos. Nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
I won. What did I win? A plane ticket to Australia? No.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Stephanie and Skye, for hosting. I'll be watching Skye as long as I can. I'm working in bed probably with pen and paper until I pass out, despite the zaps.
I promise not to zap anyone.
All right. In the meantime, for anyone that needs things to read, you should check out Skye's book, Puck's Choice. Is rather good. I am halfway done with it. It's not terribly long. I just get sidetracked, okay? Or if closed door romance is more your thing, you check out any of my books. They're listed down in the description box down below. And come back in an hour as we carry on this shenanigan train ride. Right?
Yeah. We're going to crash the train.
Oh, she said I won at the game live today.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. All right. There you go.